They can't see me now. Where is the camera? Okay, camera. Just so they show that they are seeing me. Let me call them whether they. I hope you are not muting my audio. So how do I mute? Okay, start video. Okay, this is the mute. Okay. Okay. Better that.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes, how are you? Don't go.
Very fine, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, Mr. Ogunleye.
Thank you so much, sir. You'll be me now, so that you can. You'll be upgraded as a co-host of this webinar now.
It's okay. But am I properly positioned? Can you see me? Bring this thing down.
Yes, the light behind you is affecting.
No, we are adjusting it. We are adjusting it.
Yes.
Is it okay now? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yes. The window was open before, but it's okay now. I think you have to stay around. You can sit down. Once we start, if I don't want them to hear what I'm saying, in case somebody is phony or something like that, so that I don't to mute myself. Is it the full screen so that all the other this is mute? Okay. It's from them now. So let me be seeing people who are on the screen. Let me mute.
You just have that banner of the 35th anniversary day permanently where you put up your video. So I'll tell him to upgrade you now to the panelist that will come down.
Hello, sir. I can't change it. If I have to change it, I have to log off. I have to shut down the meeting and start again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you, my lord, this morning.
Morning.
Honorable Minister,
Yes, sir.
let's say good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
I think we are ready to start off.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Mr. Debo Wale, good morning to you. Dr. Shekarau, good morning to you, Chairman.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Nice
Good
to have
morning,
you.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. Mr. Mohammed Fawemi.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sirs. My lord.
Mr. Mohammed Fawemi, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir. Honorable Minister, good morning, sir.
Sir.
My Muslim advocates, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oga JFK.
Hey. Regrettable. Regrettable.
Good morning, Mrs. Sakarao.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Leonard Silks, here present, the Honorable Minister. Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Good
madam.
morning, madam.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Yalaraju, Deputy Editor in Chief.
General Mohammed Fawemi. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Not the general for the other words, sir. This one is the general of the people's house.
So we are ready to start the
Not that one.
NWLR Nigerian Bar Association Youth Young Lawyers Forum. Yeah. First of all, again, let me say good morning and welcome to my Lord Justice on the panel today, Honorable Justice Joseph Dewale, Justice, Court of Appeal of Nigeria. Good morning, my Lord. And good morning to all the justices, my Lord Justices that have joined us, and we are seeing them in the audience. The Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Good morning to you.
Morning, sir.
I also greet all the senior advocates of Nigeria on the panel and in the audience. My other colleagues on the panel are members of the academia. And I say good morning to everyone from around the world today who have joined us for this webinar and who are watching us live on Facebook and on YouTube. Before we go on with today's proceedings, I would like to call on the Shion of the Fawemi family, Mr. Mohammed Fawemi, to give us an introduction for today. Mr. Mohammed Fawemi.
So, good morning, distinguished panelists, my Lord Justices present, the Leonard Silks present, my Leonard Seniors, the representatives of the Young Lawyers Forum, and all the distinguished members watching us from around the world. My name is Mohammed Fawemi. I'm also a barrister, and I welcome you to the 35th anniversary celebration of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. We thank God that today has been present and today is a reality. This journey started on the 1st of October 1985. And we're happy that despite the fact that the man who started this journey, our Leonard Senior, our Leonard Trainee, Chief Gani Fawemi, SAN, GCON, is no longer with us. His major representatives are still with us. We have Mr. Ayola Iwaju, who is the Deputy Editor-in-Chief, who was summoned back from his own private practice to head this thing by fire and by force. And we're happy that he obliged. And we're happy that we have the first team, the head of the first team, Mr. Tayo Uyetibo SAN, and his team, and also the private team, Honorable Justice O. Oyiwole, Honorable Justice Harriman, Mr. Festus Keyamo, and also the hot team, who are the last before they went to their own private practice, and is now a senior advocate now, Mr. Ebolo Adeborua. We thank God that today is a reality, and that we are able to serve the judiciary to the best of our ability, the way the testator and the originator of the Nigerian Law Reports would have wanted. And today, we are the pride of the Nigerian Bar Association. We are the pride of the Nigerian legal system. We are the pride of the Nigerian jurisprudential system. And we pray that Nigeria, but in the Commonwealth. I thank you very much, and I know it will be a resounding success. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mohammed Fawemi.
It's 11:15.
Well, you mentioned some names who have been part of the NWLR. You didn't mention your own name as one of the pillars, as one of the pillars in the system. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Ayola Iwaju, and like I said, I'm the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. And I have the honor to welcome you again here. We are marking the 35th anniversary of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. The reports were founded on 1st of October 1985 by the late Chief Gani Fawemi. And we're happy to note that in the 35 years of its existence, we have been known to be the most authoritative, the most consistent, and the longest consecutive running law reports in Nigeria and in Africa. We have verified this, so I'm giving facts and not an opinion. And in all the 35 years, the Nigerian Weekly Law Report has set the bar and created especially two unprecedented records. The first is what I've just stated, that Nigerian Weekly Law Report has shown that it is possible to have a weekly publication on a regular basis in Nigeria, in spite of the chronic economic and environmental factors that we all know exist in this country. And secondly, and more importantly, that it is possible for a privately owned and privately run enterprise to survive the founder and the owner. And for as long as the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports continue to exist, we are still going to hold that existence to the vision of the founder, Chief Gani Fawemi. Please, can you join me for us to observe a minute silence in honor of this great legal giant that will never die? Thank you. May the humble soul of Chief Gani Oyesola Fawemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, continue to rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
Amen.
The theme of today's webinar is Young Lawyers' Welfare and the Challenges of Pupillage in Nigeria. And it is being organized to mark the 35th anniversary of NWLR. and in conjunction with the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum. We all know from inception that Chief Gani Fahimi has always identified with the youth and the young at the profession. Since 1985, the Nigerian Weekly Law Report has been offered to young lawyers at a price always below the cover price in order to assist them to find their feet in the profession. That has continued to date and has been extended to the latest baby in our production, the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports Online, which is a short version of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Later in this webinar, we are going to show the operation of the online of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. The broad objectives of this webinar center on the plight of young lawyers who are mostly in pupillage. The Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, as the flagship of law reporting, appreciate the enormity of the phenomenon as young lawyers are in the majority, and we deem it appropriate to organize this meeting to address the issue so as to bring it to the front burner for the advancement of their careers and by implication, the advancement of the legal profession in Nigeria. Thus, the collaboration with the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum and the presence of the leaders of various bars in today's panel. Hopefully, the president of Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akpata, should be able to join us to make a statement as we go along. I was able to meet with him at a public function yesterday in Abuja. And although it's going to be in a meeting of the, I think it's the body of benchers today, he promised that along the line, before we finish, he will come in here to say a few things. The issue of welfare of young lawyers and challenges of privilege are issues that everyone should have a say and an opinion on. After all, every legal practitioner passed through or are still in pupillage of some sort. It's an experience that is shared by everybody, by the judiciary, by our judges, even my Lord on the panel today, senior lawyers. We all share the experience of having employed and trained young wigs, and we were all once pupils as well. So we should have a broad discussion on the subject from different perspectives today. And we're happy to be honored to have leading lights on the bench and the bar, the giants of the legal profession, seasoned juries of high repute, and leaders of various bars who have kindly accepted to share their knowledge, their experience, and the aspirations for the advancement of the legal profession in Nigeria. And then, of course, we have the man who is heading the constituency that is being showcased here today, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum. So I have the honor to introduce the members of today's panel. Everyone knows my Lord Justice O. Oyewole, Justice Court of Appeal of Nigeria. My Lord, you are welcome once again. The Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Festus Keyamo was also part of the history of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. He was once on the editorial board of the publication. Mr. Tayo Yetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, a respected senior lawyer of repute. He was also a member of the editorial board of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. In fact, like Mohammed said, he was among the first members of the editorial board. We have on the panel Dr. Awa Shekarau, Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Abuja branch. Mr. Latif Yemi Akogbe, the Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch. Mr. Samson Audu, the Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Kaduna branch. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Toby Adebowale, who is the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum. To moderate the discussion today, I have the honor to introduce Mr. Ebonolu Adegboruwa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Ebonolu Adegboruwa was called to the Nigerian bar in 1995. And immediately after his call, he joined the chambers of Chief Gani Fawemi, where he worked till the year 2000. And then he left to set up the Ebonolu Adegboruwa and Company. And I must say this, that while he was a counsel in the Gani Fawemi chambers, he was also a part of the editorial board of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Mr. Ebonolu Adegboruwa was an activist in school, everybody knows that, in the university, and he won several awards while in school and when he started his professional legal career. Presently, Mr. Ebonolu Adegboruwa, SAN, is a member of the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Bar Association. He's the chairman, Justice Sector Reform Program, Commission of African Bar Association. He's a patron of Nigerian Bar Association of Kitikwa branch and a member of the Chaplaincy Corps of Nigeria, where he holds the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. I'm sure it's a Lieutenant Colonel that doesn't carry a gun. I think he does the soldering with the books. Mr. Ebonolu Adegboruwa, SAN, was elevated to the prestigious rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria on July 4, 2019, and was sworn in on September 23, 2019. He has a successful legal practice, of course, and is happily married to Mr. Adegboruwa, and they are blessed with wonderful children. So at this juncture, I will be handing over the proceedings to Mr. Adegboruwa, who will do all the other necessary things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olarewaju, for those wonderful words and the introductory that you have given us for this webinar. I'm very much obliged. I'd like to welcome, in particular, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole.
Sorry, Lanasik, the editor, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, is here with us. Sorry, Mr. Oluwole Kehinde. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I was welcoming my Lord, the Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole, Justice of the Court of Appeal, Enugu Division. I also welcome my very respected learned brother of the silk, Mr. Tayo Yetibo, our own Oga himself, and also welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Niger Delta, for Labor. He's been holding all of them together, so I'm sure he will soon move to another portfolio. And also learned brother silk, Mr. Festus Eyamo. Also welcome all our panelists, especially our Amazon, the chairperson of Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch, Ms. Hawa Sekarau, and my own chairman, Mr. Yemea Kongri, chairman, NBA Lagos branch. I also like to acknowledge and welcome Mr. Samson Audu, chairman, NBA Kaduna, and also Mr. Toby Adebowale, our own young, ebullient chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum of the Nigerian Bar Association. I acknowledge the presence of the technical team and also the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, also the editor, and of course, my own brother, whom we work together closely while I was in chambers, Mr. Mohammed Fawemi, and of course my Oga, even though I didn't meet him there, Mr. Olarewaju, he left indelible marks just like Mr. Yetibo, for all of us to follow. And Mr. Kendoluwole, our own resourceful editor and our Oga, I also like to acknowledge your presence. And of course, not forgetting Mr. Mojit, who is always there and ensuring continuity, Mr. Agbo Korafo and all the NLP team. But this is a wonderful opportunity, and I was glad when I was asked to be part of this occasion, because you know that Chief Ganufayemi developed Nigerian Weekly Law Report, as he used to tell us, for the democratization of the law. It was him that was courageous enough to make law reports available to all, no matter your status, no matter your background. The state of development of law in Nigeria today, we owe a well of gratitude to Chief Ganufayemi for raising the tail and stopping that process of people bringing law reports from their suits and from their suitcases to win cases. And so it's a honor to be part of this landmark project. And I do salute all those who work with him, the pioneer team, those of us who joined them along the line. We're going to have a very wonderful time today, and without taking so much time, I know that this is going to be a great day. And so straight away, panelists are ready, and I would just like to call upon my Lord. Before I do so, I'd like to let you know that Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole is a member of the House. And by that, I mean that for a long time, we've had very, very useful contributions from him, either on the editorial board or in the chambers. Even though you didn't see him physically, his hand was always there, his voice was there. And I'm sure all of us remember Justice Joseph Oyewole at the bench of Lagos State. In those days, especially those cases that had to do with corruption cases, he was a no-nonsense judge. We'll have to prepare well to go and appear before him. And I'm glad when I saw that he merited elevation to the Court of Appeal. And I'm sure that all of us know where he's going to end up eventually at the Apex Court. Justice Joseph Oyewole is presently a justice of the Court of Appeal, Enugu Division, and he's been chosen not by error today to do justice to the issue of welfare of young lawyers and the challenges of pupillage. He is in the best position to give us insightful views on that topic. So it's my pleasure to welcome, with all due respect, my Lord, my noble Lord, my senior, my elder, and of course, I can't tell you that one, but my destiny helper. That is a secret between me and Justice Oyewole. I'd like to welcome my Lord, Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole, Justice of the Court of Appeal, to make his presentation. Welcome, my Lord. My Lord can unmute himself and proceed. The Honorable Justice Oyewole.
I think it's frozen. His network is probably frozen.
Oh, okay. Okay. We will be asking for an order to unfreeze that network from Mr. Tayo Yetibo SAN.
Order has prayed.
Thank you, sir. Can my Lord hear us now? Honorable Justice.
We know whether the order can be effective. Oh, the order is effective.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we granted an order, so the order has taken effect.
Thank you very much. I was thanking you, Mr. Adegboruwa, for that wonderful introduction. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I recognize the presence of distinguished members of the legal profession, our representative in the Federal Cabinet, Mr. Festus Keyamu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, distinguished senior advocates here present. Of course, I must acknowledge the presence of my lords in the audience. Thank you very much for having me here. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this webinar for giving me this platform to say a few words. We must appreciate the foresight and, of course, the wisdom granted by the Lord Almighty to Chief Ganiyu Oyeshola Fawehinmi when he started this process about 35 years ago. Our young practitioners in the house just couldn't, there's no way they can imagine the state of legal practice before then, before we had Nigerian Weekly Law Report. Earlier on, the moderator hinted at what used to be lawyers bringing out law reports from their bag. This came from the Supreme Court last week, and nobody will be there to can't say anything about it. Now, what has revolutionized legal practice in Nigeria and the delivery of justice in Nigeria cannot be what it is today without the impact of Nigerian Weekly Law Report. And for that, I must congratulate also the members of the Ganiyu family, the members of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report who had kept the flag flying. Mr. Mohammed Fawehinmi, through you to the entire family, we owe a debt of gratitude. Quickly, according to Achebe, letting us know of that Igbo proverb, when we look at a king's mouth, you think there was no time that he sucked his mother's breast. Everybody started from somewhere. We all started small, so we must not despise little beginnings. What we must not desire, however, is stunted growths or arrested developments. The legal industry in Nigeria, to my mind, is largely untapped. And that is why we have issues that we're addressing today about the poor welfare conditions of young members of the bar. Let me shock you. I believe that we do not even have enough lawyers in Nigeria. But I believe that at the end of my presentation, you're with me. To me, we all went to law school, we became experts in business law, but we do not know anything or we do not know much about law as business. We are versed in commercial law, but it seems that we are totally deficient in law as commerce. The profession needs to expand its thinking to capture present realities. If at the rules of practice, I think our early practitioners, a certain of them who have Yoruba extraction, of that Yoruba Ajajo that Ibiti or Kabawa Lunje Mamba. In other words, where a cobra sits is where his food will come to it. So the wove rules of or now lawyer gets is branded. In today's world, that idle cobra will die of hunger. Our profession needs to expand our rules to cover present realities. Let us look at one aspect of the way we have even organized legal practice. In ancient Rome, commanders of 100 are called centurions. How many centurion law firms do we have in a country of over almost 200 million people? And we must also look at this question. How come the biggest law firms who pay their juniors very well are not retrenching despite COVID, despite recession? It is a natural law explained in the parable of talents. From those who do not have, the little they have will be taken and added to those who have. Again, in science, we know of the law of osmosis. To achieve balance or equilibrium in the system, solvent particles well, it will only enhance your practice because when you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Earlier on, I said that we need to expand our thoughts. We need to look at law as business. I will give a few examples. Let us look at one area that we all know very well, election petition. Again, From various decisions of the appellate courts, we know that polling unit is the basis of election. So every election is local. But our electoral jurisprudence indicates that the fate of elections are decided by the quality and quantity of evidence. So gathering of evidence should be so imagine if we now take gathering of evidence and put it under the supervision of lawyers to ensure quality, and then we add technological innovations to have overcome evidential inhibitions. Imagine the quality of returns from polling units if party agents are lawyers. Imagine the number of law firms and lawyers that will be gainfully involved in every election with the attendant benefit to our electoral system and ultimately the nation. We all witnessed the last American election. Cases were fought in different locations all over the American country. And we can imagine the number of lawyers deployed in such an exercise. So whether we like it or not, whatever we consider as financial inadequacies today emanate from our inability to explore. Again, let us look at another example. Politics touches every bit of our lives. How many lawyers in Nigeria are involved in politics? Very few. We operate a presidential system modeled after the US system. In America, the US president-elect and his vice are both lawyers. President Obama, his vice, and even the first lady then were lawyers. In the US Congress, our own equivalent of national, and 15 of the members are lawyers. Breaking it down, out of 100 senators in the US, 66 of them are lawyers. Why are we not branching out? Why are we staying cooped up in a little space? All the time government policies come out, they talk of funding for specific areas of the economy. Lawyers could form groups, help package some of these things, people access these loans and their government facilities, and you get your fees. I believe this is a conversation that will be continued on several platforms. But I want to say to you, as of this profession, you did not make a mistake reading law. Law remains the best profession in the world. And I say it again, I practice what I preach. All my children are lawyers. So we only need to open our minds and cover our territory. No lawyer needs to be poor. We must rediscover our profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, my noble lord, the Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole, Justice of the Court of Appeal. That was a wonderful presentation. You assured us that you were going to keep to time, and I can say that you didn't even meet up the time. You are setting a good example for all of us. We are very grateful to my lord. My lord spoke eloquently on the utility of the NWLR and the revolution that Chief Gani Fawehinmi has brought to the legal practice in Nigeria through this singular innovation, which can never be forgotten. My lord also mentioned and challenged lawyers to expand the space for legal practice and earn good money. It's a challenge for all of us. I personally will take it up. And I will also take the personal challenge that it's not too late for me to train all my children to become lawyers, so as to do like my lord. It's a wonderful profession. At least one of them will become a judge. So I'm sure my lord too will also train them to become judges. Thank you so very much, my lord. We will be glad to have you around so that when members of the audience or fellow panelists have questions, my lord will take them. We're very glad for your presentation, my lord. Now, it's also now time to continue this wonderful webinar. After this wonderful opening by my Lord Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole. No other person can do greater justice to this topic of pupillage than my own learned brother Sir. When you talk about Gani Fawehinmi in another mode, then of course you can see him. He was in every way another chief. Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a combination of intellect and activism, both when he was in chambers, and when he went to set up his own chambers. And it's not a surprise that he's now occupying a seat at the Federal Executive Council. He drank from the waters of Chief Gani when they founded the National Conscience Party. It was the view of Chief that one of the ways we could change society was to also be involved in political power. And I'm sure my learned brother, Mr. Festus Keyamo, will continue the program of NCP to abolish poverty in Nigeria through the position that he now occupies. But today he's going to help us do justice to the topic of challenges for young lawyers and also population. So it's my pleasure to call my learned brother Silk, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Productivity and a member of the Federal Executive Council. And of course, he's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and also training young lawyers on his own. Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Abun. And my Lord, Justice Joseph Oyewole, I used to say when he was in Lagos that when you appear before Justice Oyewole, if you lose your case, you know you have lost it on the merits. If you win your case, you know you have lost it on the merit. You have won it on the merits. So it was virtually one of the very few judges where you walk away from his court always satisfied, whether win or lose, you will be happy that you have lost or you have won. Thank you, sir. Allow me to also adopt, after recognizing his lordship, to adopt protocols already established. Let me thank the organizers, thank ourselves, because I cannot divorce myself from the organizers. The organizers are me, I'm part of the organizers. So thank all of us for bringing this topic to the fore, the topic of the welfare of young lawyers. And guess what? It's to tell you how the minds of those who can find me train, how their minds work, because imagine the boys and girls of Ghana, I am mighty in society. So it is virtually in tandem with the philosophy of our late boss, Chief Ghana, that we are doing this today. It's in tandem with his disposition in life and his philosophy. Justice Oyewole had mentioned how Chief democratized the access to law reports and also liberalized the practice of law. Now, that is also part of taking care of the welfare of young lawyers. It's part of taking care of their welfare to ensure that even at a very young age at the bar, they have access to all the arsenals to fight in court, as much as even the most senior ones have. Those of us who passed through Ghana will remember. In fact, Mr. Ayon Larewaju, if I see him today, it still gives me the shivers. I still want to, I shiver before him when I see him. You know, even when I saw him this morning, call you, Larewaju will call you and give you the most difficult of cases, even as a young lawyer, even as a youth copper in the office at that time. You just throw a very big file at you. Go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was still in Lagos at that time. Go to the Supreme Court, go to the library, make your research. Even if it is F.R. Williams on the outside, go and face him. So that was the kind of confidence they gave all of us who were young lawyers at that time. So it's also one way to take care of the welfare of the lawyers, young lawyers, to ensure that they have access to all the arsenals to fight in court. However, we are talking of bigger issues this morning, and more expansive issues regarding welfare. Remuneration of young lawyers, and not only that, the conducive atmosphere under which they work in various offices. Now, I will not start this speech by making comparative analysis with what young lawyers earn in the UK and the US and all that. Permit me to disagree with anybody who thinks that we should start making comparisons. I was reading somewhere yesterday when I was making small notes for this webinar, that those who go into pupillage in the UK, they earn as, that if at the Bar Council they made it a rule that they should not earn less than £1,000 per month, which is £12,000 per annum. That is a rule made by the Bar Council in the UK. Now, £1,000 per month is about 400 and something, in fact, nearly 600,000 naira by our standard now. But first of all, you know that the conditions of living are quite different in both countries too. If you go to the UK, every time you want to buy something with pounds, if you convert it in your head to naira first, you will not buy. You will not buy it. Convert it to naira. At times you want to spend £5 to buy something, and you know that £5 is 3,000 naira. That is the truth. At times £5 is for very little items you go to the shops to buy in the UK, £5, and those items here, maybe food items and all that, they are not even up to 1,000 naira. So the conditions of living are different. The rents they pay there, the rents they pay in the UK, they are higher than ours. And then most importantly, this is what I want to mention too. The seniors who pay in the UK, they earn more than the seniors here. They pay them per hour. If one senior there sits down with you and holds a meeting with a client for 1 hour, you pay him per hour. So they earn more. So there's no basis. Let us discuss our own local circumstances. There should be no basis for comparison with what they earn in the UK. Juniors earn in the UK or juniors earn in the US. We know we need to take up our juniors here, but there should be no basis for comparison because the conditions and all that are different. A senior lawyer here, a client can enter his office and stay for 5 hours. I'm sure you see that at times. They stay for 3 hours, discussing and chatting. Those 3 hours, they don't pay for it. They don't pay. Nobody pays per hour here in Nigeria. But then we must take care of our young. Now, the first thing I need to say is that it is difficult to regulate or legislate.
Okay, good.
Remuneration for young lawyers.
This team is not necessary. Team is where you are paying tax. Oh, she asked for the team. So, but I don't think if we are.
What is making noise there? So you unmute the person.
To apply for
the administrator should.
That's what I was telling him. I did it for FIDA many years.
Please kindly mute Miss Hawa, please.
Or mute the person.
Please help us mute.
Sorry, mute her. Yes.
Hawa.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Now, so the first thing I want to mention that it is difficult to regulate or legislate the issue of remuneration because here we are all lawyers. We know we are talking about private contracts of employment between employers and employees. So it will be pretty difficult to legislate it and compel seniors by legislation. That would be pretty difficult to do and to enforce. Even if we do it, it will be difficult to enforce. Now, what can we do? I want to go to, because we can't keep bemoaning this fate over and over. But yesterday, I sat down and thought of very original suggestions that we can make to ensure that the welfare of young lawyers are well looked after by the seniors. We should also realize that we use senior in a generic term. It's not all seniors that are also buoyant enough to take care of young lawyers too. Many seniors don't even earn enough. That is the truth. The conditions are very tough out there too for the seniors to make enough at the end of the month to pay so much to young lawyers. But what do we want to do now? For those who are seeking to be elevated as senior advocate of Nigeria, they are the ones supposedly who are seen as successful legal practitioners. So they must also lead the way. That is my suggestion. They must lead the way. And how do we do that? I suggest practically, and I think we should bring out a communique after this session today. For those who are applying to the senior advocates of Nigeria, one of the conditions that should be given to them is that in making your application, you must show evidence that in the last 5 years, you have employed not less than 5 junior lawyers, and you have been paying them nothing less than perhaps 80,000 to 100,000 per month. First, before you can even be qualified to go to the second round of the filtration stage to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. Because you cannot be because I've heard very shameful examples of some senior advocates of Nigeria paying junior lawyers 10,000, 20,000 naira. Till today, some of them just open their chambers for them to come and practice without paying them. Senior advocates. That's not acceptable. So it should be, how did those people become senior advocates in the first place? When they are not concerned about the welfare of junior ones, or they are not going to take care of junior ones. So please, let us make this proposal to the Privileges Committee. Whoever wants to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, you must look at how he takes care of the younger ones, the remuneration he pays. This is subject to adjustment here and there. You may say, okay, the last 3 years, I propose the last 5 years. You may adjust the amount I've mentioned. I think maybe 180 to 100,000 in the last 5 years. Consecutively, and you must show it by bank payments, every month bank payments in the last 5 years. File it along with your application for these juniors. Another suggestion is what Kanu Agabi, we must pay homage to those who we need to pay homage to. If you know what Kanu Agabi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has done in Abuja in the last 20 years, after he left the office of Attorney General, or just before he became, it's awesome and beautiful. Kanu Agabi maintains, I think, a 2 or 3 floor building around, where is this place now? Where you have Mabushi in Abuja. Ask every junior lawyer in Abuja, ask any one of them. What he does is that he has devoted the entire floor to junior lawyers. No rent, nothing. Just come, look for a space and start to practice your law. Just keep the place neat. Till today. Go to meeting, I've been called to the bar, I don't know where to practice, blah, blah, blah. And he'll get his library, he makes his library available to them. All he asks is that he will ask his lawyer, is there any space left on floor number 2 for him to start? Go and demarcate that place and start. Kanu Agabi has done that for many years. And on this occasion, I want to pay homage. I want to salute Kanu Agabi for that initiative. But then the NBA can do that. Let the NBA rent public buildings, big ones, with different floors. For junior ones, that's the job of the NBA. Let them do that. And in those buildings, every building that they do, that they make available, public buildings, buildings that they rent, the NBA, either the local NBA or the national NBA, in every state capital or any major city, make a library available there for everybody to use, all the juniors to use. Now, how do they pay for it? It's a typical case of taxing the rich to pay the poor, to take care of the poor. Every year, everybody who is a senior advocate in Nigeria should commit a fund to a common fund, should pay an amount to a common fund called Young Lawyers Fund. Different from NBA dues. You cannot be a senior advocate and be charging millions of naira and you're not putting back into the profession. They should pay what they call the Young Lawyers Fund. Senior advocates every end of the year, 500,000, 300,000, whatever you call it, but they should regulate it. When you pay for that fund, that is the fund that will be used to pay for those those buildings they hire. They will be used to maintain those libraries for the young ones. And the young ones can rent those places at subsidized rates. If a space will cost about 100,000 per year, NBA should give it out for 20,000 per year, 30,000 per year. I'm just making an example. So that it is the fund made available by the senior advocates every year to the NBA that should be used for such purpose. If a senior advocate defaults at the end of the year, his license in the inner bar is suspended. It's very simple. We have regulatory bodies. Nobody can run amok. We have regulatory bodies. They should suspend his silk for that year until you pay your dues for the young lawyers that year. And so NBA should have a critical role to play in this, in taking care of the younger ones. Take from the rich and give to the younger ones. These are practical suggestions rather than chasing the issue of legislating here and there to try to force people to pay higher remuneration to younger ones. The NBA can develop rules. They can develop criteria for sifting these younger ones. For instance, they can say, you can't come straight from the law school and say, I am a junior, give me a space, I want to practice. You must, perhaps, they must set a bar, go and practice under a senior lawyer for 1 year minimum or 2 years minimum. Whatever they pay you within that first or 2 years, it doesn't matter. That is the period you make your sacrifice. Go and practice, gain some knowledge. And then when the junior wants to now go on his own, to start on his own, the senior under which you worked, under whom you worked, will give you a recommendation. And so it will make them also be of good behavior when working in those chambers. They'll give you a recommendation that this junior has worked with me in the last 1 year. He has been very dedicated, extremely hardworking, and all of that. And you show proof of what you are doing in court, so that it is only those who are really inclined towards litigation that you enjoy this benefit that the NBA should provide for younger ones. I also subscribe to all the suggestions given by my Lord, Justice Yowole, and I think if incorporated, we should make some progress. I want to thank you too for saying that some of us should branch off into politics. Little by little, I don't know, they have dragged me into this thing now, but I'm coming back. I'm coming back quickly. Might not appear because it's hurting me. So we are sure that I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Productivity, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He has done great justice to the topic of the welfare of young lawyers and challenges of populate. Amongst others, he says that there's no basis for comparison between some other jurisdictions and Nigeria because legislations differ. And then he says we should tackle this issue practically, and gave the example of what Chief Kanagabu is doing in Abuja. I must say that I was at that edifice. Not just that it's available for lawyers, there are some senior advocates in that building who also don't pay rent. And also that he gives compulsory feeding, free feeding rather. Yes. The ground floor is devoted to feeding. You just go there, sit down, and you'll be served food free of charge without paying for it. So I also join you to commend Chief Ghana Gabi, and I'm sure so many others are doing like that, probably people are not aware. He gave a suggestion that SAMs, people who are aspiring to become senior advocates, should lead by example. And I have made that a call in the past, that anybody who wants to aspire to be a leader of the bar should set good example and shouldn't pay a junior less than 100,000 naira. So, and that's what the learned SAN has said. Maybe the only thing is, since we are talking about making a communique after this webinar, is that those who want to enjoy free accommodation in places like MBA offices or Chief Kano Agabi to have a limit of the period they could stay there. And I'm proposing 5 years. You shouldn't stay free and practice. If you have practiced law free in a person's house or building for 5 years, you should have enough to be able to branch out, even if it's 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, so that others following can also benefit from such gesture. Thank you so very much, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Productivity. We expect that instead of coming back to practice, maybe by 2023, we'll be seeing you as Governor of Delta State. I just hope that legal practice has not lost you permanently. Thank you so very much for that wonderful presentation. Now we're moving on the webinar. I see that a lot of people are raising their hands. We have a session for question and answers. When we get to that, we will surely recognize you. But for now, we don't want to disturb the flow of the presentations because I'm angling to hear my next speaker. And my next speaker is somebody you call a mentor of mentors. And he has seen it all. He's a consummate advocate. And as a matter of fact, he's helping to shape the legal profession in so many ways. He was one of the pioneer editors of the weekly law reports, not just weekly law reports, digest of Supreme Court cases, Nigerian constitutional law report. He's a consummate law report person, an advocate. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. And you would be amazed that many years after he left Ganifa Chambers, his chief was always dotting after him. When I was detained by Abacha regime for about 9 months, we were handling a case at that time, Powerman Abacha. Our chief had kept the brief and all the records. So immediately I got back, he called me to his chambers and said, look, I know you have just been released, but this appeal must be filed. But if you want to go and rest, tell me, I'm going to call Tayo. Tayo will do this appeal immediately. I said, Chief, I'm not resting, I will do it. So he was head of Ganifa Chambers for a long time. And so he is a person to talk about pupillage. And I'm not talking about any other person than Mr. Tayo Yetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I will call upon him to make his own presentation in the next 10 minutes. Mr. Tayo Yetibo, you are welcome, sir.
I thank you, Mr. Moderator, my brother, Mr. Olu Adeborua. I thank my Lord for his contribution. My Lord, my brother, my friend. Anytime I see you, I'm happy. I'm happy because of your contributions, and I'm happy because of what people say about you. So we thank God for it. I thank everyone. I thank the Honorable Minister, Mr. Kayamo, whose brief I'm here to deliver, but I will still send it to him on behalf of the Nigerian Labour Congress. First, let me say here clearly that this program, this webinar, is much of a tribute to Chief Ganifa Ohimi. Talking of pupillage and welfare of young lawyers, I think Chief Ohimi is notable in that regard, and I congratulate the organizers for conceptualizing this program as a way of marking the anniversary. Please pardon me, I'm in transit because the powers that be, they changed the date of my case from yesterday to today. Today was kept free absolutely for this program by me. But very late on Monday, we got the notification that my case, which was supposed to be held yesterday, has been fixed for today. So I'm in transit. I rushed out of the court to be able to join. So pardon me if there's fluctuation in the communication system. Now, when we talk about pupillage, what are we talking about? Pupillage, as we understand it, is like apprenticeship for a younger professional to work under the supervision of an experienced counsel. The classification by MBA for young lawyers is those between age 1 and 7. And quite frankly, if you look at that age bracket, you find that it is the period when you are trying to find your feet as a lawyer. When you talk of welfare and pupillage, the welfare of a young lawyer under a senior counsel is dependent to a large extent on the well-being of the senior counsel, because only a comfortable man can make another one comfortable. And I explain what I mean. When we joined Chief Ganifa in his chambers, 4 of us started work on the same day. After about 3 years, in specifically 1987, we were given brand new Pojo 505. Unfortunately, one of us was not able to get his own. 3 of us got. I was the last to get my own out of the 3. Between the time I got my own and the following month, we got it for 15,000 plus naira. Brand new Pojo 505, 15,000. Mine was about 15,607 naira. Immediately, I took possession of my own from SCOA. The prices of motor cars skyrocketed. The 4th council was not able to get his own at that same price because the prices of vehicles had gone up by almost 10%, by 10-fold. What happened? The leader was willing to give, but the circumstances did not permit the 1st person to get his own. So eventually, he has to make arrangements to acquire a second-hand car. But we, the first three, in the order in which the vehicles were made available, we got brand new. What am I trying to say? That the welfare of the young lawyer is determined by the well-being of the office or the council under which he's serving. So, in determining where a young lawyer will start his practice, that is a very major consideration. Pupillage is intended to groom the young lawyer. So you have to choose where you start your practice. The integrity of the person involved, the availability to teach, and also the well-being. Some years ago, a gentleman went to poach a counsel from another chambers. He told the lawyer that he will give him a Camry if he could leave that chambers, where he was given one smaller car, but brand new. When he left for that office, somebody who is not a lawyer drew his attention to it that, can you check the car that this man is using? His car is not as good as Camry. How then can the man who cannot afford to use Camry give you Camry? Do you have sense? The person who drew attention was a driver, not a counsel. That you are using this car brand new. Somebody said he will give you Camry. He's not using Camry. His car is below Camry. And you accepted. So the well-being of the master is important in the determination of the well-being or welfare of the young lawyer. In the past, in 1978, there was the Regulated and Other Professions Miscellaneous Provisions Decree number 5 of 1978, which required that every member of a regulated profession, including law, must serve pupillage in any other under an experienced member of the profession. That law required that you should serve for a period of not less than 5 years. But there was agitation because there was no facility to absorb young lawyers. You cannot start on your own unless you start pupillage under that decree. So people were then agitating that there were not enough offices to absorb young professionals and they cannot establish on their own. That was what led to the abolition of that decree. If you have to regulate, you must regulate from the economy. If you make it compulsory, for example, that a lawyer must serve at least 3 years under a senior counsel before he can establish his own, you must take inventory of the number of lawyers that are available in the system who can absorb young lawyers. Otherwise, you create unemployment. Many young lawyers will not find a place where they can do the pupillage and they will not be able to set up on their own. What am I trying to say? That our economy is not well regulated. We do not even know the number of lawyers who are able to absorb young lawyers. We don't have records of that. So to be able to regulate pupillage, we must first of all take account of the profession. We can, if you do the stratification, then you know who are the number of lawyers that can absorb. It is then you can make it compulsory that before a lawyer can go into setting up his own practice, he must have a pupillage experience. Now, when we talk of welfare, I agree completely what Mr. Keyamo has suggested, that senior lawyers should be made to contribute to a fund. And I will go further than what he has said, that it should not be limited to senior advocates alone. There are senior lawyers who are very successful in the profession, who can be made to contribute to such fund. So you can have the compulsory bracket for SANs and then the volunteer bracket. However, I have a little digression from that. I would rather suggest that there should be a bar center in each state where the fund will be used to equip. It is the bar center that should play the role of making provision where young lawyers can access books, library, and other infrastructure, so that if you are a young lawyer in a particular area, in a particular state, you register with the bar center. You are able to use the facilities. And why it is necessary also is that we must ensure the integrity of the infrastructure and facilities that are in the bar center. It cannot be just anybody coming in and going out. It has to be regulated. Also, there are basic provisions that should be observed. Pension, for example, another way of encouraging young lawyers. If you have provisions for payment of pension, deducting from the salary, and then you contribute, so that anytime the lawyer leaves, he can fall back on the pension fund as is a fallback arrangement. You can also have a situation in which the young lawyer is given maybe car loans after serving for a few months or year. You make provision for car loan, because it is not easy to practice, particularly in the urban centers, without being mobile. So that is also very important. And then annual leaves. Annual leave is important for the young lawyer to unwind. You can't run a system all over the 12 months without having some time to go and rest. So these are part of the things that we take into consideration when we discuss about welfare of the young lawyer. Because to me, welfare means the comfort, the well-being, the happiness of the young lawyer. And all of these contribute to improve on the welfare. Finally, young lawyers themselves, they must begin to look after themselves in terms of their intellectual development. And I'll give you one example. A lawyer was to be employed. One of the questions put to him or her was the meaning of res ipsa loquitur. His answer or her answer was a lady, was that do unto others as you wish to be done unto you. I could not believe it. Did you go to law school? He said, yes. Did you read law? He said, yes. I asked almost 3 times. Res ipsa loquitur means do unto others as you wish that it be done unto you. So, how do you provide for the welfare of a lawyer who ordinarily cannot even differentiate between what the law is and what is not the law? So, to enable a young lawyer to enjoy some of these packages, you must improve yourself. You must develop yourself. I do not know of any man. Look, what we got from Chief Fayemi was that, look, the day you start work, if you are good, you are allowed to go to Supreme Court. That was the principle. You start work in that office and you are very good. I started with the Supreme Court brief. That was the first assignment given to me by Chief Fayemi. Justice Akinyemi started with Supreme Court brief. Mr. Abudu started with Supreme Court brief. Mr. Ogunde started with Supreme Court brief. All reported in the law report today. Those were the first assignments that were given to us. And the same thing happens up to today. If a young lawyer enters my office and is very good, he has the opportunity to do anything. He can write Supreme Court brief, because that was the way I started my own. So I would encourage young lawyers also to try as much as possible to develop themselves, research well. Many of the young lawyers did not have opportunity of coming in contact with law reports in the university. There was a lawyer that was employed. Nigerian Weekly Law Report, he had never seen Nigerian Weekly Law Reports before. He has never seen Nigerian Weekly Law Reports before. And he wants to practice. So some of these things are very important, because once you are acting for welfare, you must also put a system in place that will ensure that it is balanced. So I thank you very much for organizing this. And I urge us to continue on this conversation so that we can have something concrete for the development of the young lawyer and their welfare. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Tayo Yetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for those illuminating thoughts on the issue of welfare of young lawyers. If res ipsa loquitur means do unto others as you wish done unto you, it's a new law of Moses that is coming to the legal profession with style. So I think that the point is that it will be, in order not to continue on the line of the kind of fall in the standard we experience in the legal profession currently, pupillage is something that we should encourage. But it should also depend on the economic power of the senior lawyer. And the point is made is that the welfare of the junior lawyer will depend necessarily on the welfare of the senior lawyer. And he says that regulation may be a challenge. He brought the idea that we should have bar centers in the various states, equipped with enough books and facilities that lawyers, young lawyers can register. And the important thing he also made is about annual leave. Even if you pay $1 million to a young lawyer, you must give the opportunity for him to unwind, so that when he comes back, he can become totally refreshed. Thank you so very much, Mr. Tayo Oyetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A lot of questions are being raised, so I urge all our distinguished panelists and also my Lord, the Honorable Justice Oyewole, and my learned brother Silk, Mr. Festus Keyamo, to hang on so that you can help us take some of these questions. I have seen that we have been joined by my learned friend, brother, the chairman of Nigerian Bar Association, Kaduna branch, Mr. Samson Audu. You are welcome. Thank you very much. You gave your promise that you will lift up and join us, and I'm glad that you are here. Now,
thank you very much.
We have said, as it was said, Chief is one of the best persons in terms of producing young lawyers and making them to become their own. As we speak today, we have from that chambers, Mr. Tayo Oyetibo as a senior advocate. We have Mr. Chief Mike Ozekome as a senior advocate. We have Mr. Olarewaju Ogunlesi as a senior advocate. Mr. Professor Oluwole Smith as a senior advocate. Mr. Wemimo Ogunde as a senior advocate. Mr. Rotimi Jacobs as a senior advocate from that office. Mr. Festus Keyamo as a senior advocate. And of course, this year we also have somebody listed on that on the list of the new conferees, Mr. Taiwo Kupolati. So indeed, when you talk about somebody producing and impacting lawyers, Chief was somebody who the Nigerian profession remains indebted to for his work in bringing young lawyers. Thank you very much. Now, our next talk is about actually understanding the work of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, because after Chief brought this innovation, technology has also increased the capacity of the reach of the Weekly Law Report. And when you talk about democratizing law reports, it is best done online nowadays. So the Nigerian Weekly Law Report has also gone into that chapter of making our judgments available even to young lawyers at a more convenient style. And the person who is going to give us some of the features and benefits of the Weekly Law Reports online is somebody who is in the best position to do it. I work with him in the chambers. And when you say somebody who is a pillar, a stabilizing force, very resourceful. In fact, he was like Mr. Oyetibo said, Chief just saw him as he was a discovery in the chambers, you know, and he's maintained that consistency in terms of intellectual prowess. Mr. Oluwole Kehinde has been a backbone of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, and he's so very humble, very faithful, very committed. And so he was like somebody we were looking up to, how he was able to combine his cases. And he very quickly, Chief discovered that he was somebody who was very gifted in the law reports. And I'm not surprised that he has risen to the position of the editor of this very qualitative law report. Mr. Kehinde Oluwole is also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and he's been running Kehinde Oluwole & Co. successfully, and he's been combining that with the Weekly Law Report. So it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Oluwole Kehinde, the editor of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, to make a presentation on the features and benefits of online law report of the Weekly Law Report. Mr. Kehinde Oluwole, you are very welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, Mulu Adibura, SAN. Kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols. Let me also quickly correct the statement that I'm a fellow, I'm a member. I'm on the member status cadre of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators.
Thank you. I'm a pastor, so I'm also prophesying for you. So thank you very much.
I claim it, sir.
Okay.
Yes, let me also quickly add that we are all grateful to Chief Gani Fahimi for giving us the opportunity and providing the leadership for the recognition that has been ascribed to us, all of us. And also wish that Ebunlu Adegboro SAN and Festus Kemo SAN will also guide us on the path of making more money to add to the recognition that we have been accorded. Let me just add that as the first and foremost of its kind in Nigeria and Africa, the Nigerian Wiki Law Report is recognized as authoritative, consistent, and regular, and has been so since inception in 1985. The NWLR online is an exact replica of the NWLR, the hard copy. But it's web-based and is accessible through normal and common devices, such as telephone handsets, iPad, laptop, and desktop. But for us to enjoy the benefits and the value of the online, you have to subscribe. It's by subscription. And let me quickly share my screen so that we see some of these features demonstrated. So we subscribe. To subscribe, we have to subscribe, and when you want to subscribe, you click on my subscription, and then you come to the subscription plans. You have, it's so price friendly that you have, with as little as 1,000 naira, you can subscribe for 1 week, 3,000 for 1 month, quarterly for 9,000, by annual 17,000, and yearly 30,000. This is in addition to regular promo that come up from time to time. So if when you have chosen which plan you want, when you choose the plan you want to subscribe to, it will take you to the payment platform. You pay, and after you pay, you get this the success message of your payment, and then you can come to the home page to do legal research. For legal research, here I've logged in to legal research. You can, the platform for the legal research is on an auto default mode. So when you enter a search term, like say, let's say legal practitioner, here you have the auto mode already. That is the default mode. And then you click on the search button, it brings out the cases. That auto mode on its own has chosen the principal mode, has chosen principal because what you have entered is discovered in the principles, and that is what it has shown. But you have the option of choosing the case mode. You can choose the case mode, you enter the search button. Here, you see legal practitioner, the search term, inside the body of the judgment, not in the principle. So sometimes when you don't have the principles you want, is because maybe you have not chosen the right mode. You are seeing general and legal practitioner generally in the body of judgment, and you see the different cases. You see it coming in the body of judgment of different cases. When you choose the principal mode, then you have the same search term, just like you have it under the auto mode because of, yes. Now when we are here in the principal mode, you cannot go to the case. We have the case here. And when you are in the case here, you can navigate from the title of the case through the subject matter down to the body of the judgment. To be faster, you can also select from the sections to the left here, whether you want subject matter or you want to go to principles directly. It will take you there. And here, if you have the pages already referred to in principles, you have the pages already referred to in the principles, you can go to pages here and you select the particular page you want to go at the your right hand here, and then you go to the page or the particular case. Then at the same time, you can also choose the match word for the search term you want. Do you want any words? Do you want exact phrase? Just like we have already put, okay, let's say nominal damages now. We have chosen exact phrase. It's giving you the principles on nominal damages, the exact phrase we have chosen. If you choose the auto mode, which is the default mode, it may not give you the complete term. It may give you nominal, it may give you damages and things like that. So if you don't select the appropriate result you want or you target here, you may not get the exact thing. Now, when we are inside the case here, or at the stage, at the first stage here, you can select the year. This now 1999 case. Are you looking for an authority on nominal damages in 2020? On your right hand here, you can see the dates of publication, not the dates of the judgments, the date of publication. You can click on 2020. You see if there's any case. What is close to nominal damages in 2020 is nominal damages, not the principal really. You can see. You can choose 2019. You see what is close to it. You can see 2018. You can see a clear principle on nominal damages, not just in the body or the principle here. Then, when you have done this and you have gone to the body of the report, you can, right inside the principle here, you see the cases highlighted in blue. All the cases we have, 1,749 parts published as of Monday this week, 1,749 parts. They are all hyperlinked in the database. That means the moment you are here, You don't need any other resource to get to any case reported by Nigerian Wiki Law Report. Under the principle here, you can check a case that is referred to under and highlighted in blue here. And with a click, it will take you to that case and the page where that case appears in the database. And luckily, all the cases on the NWL online having the same pages they have in the hard copy. So when you are citing to the judge in the court, the pages of the cases here, they are the same as what you have in the hard copy in your library. There's no difference. Not only are the cases having the same citation, they are the same page, you see them here. And if you go to the body of this case, we had clicked on a report under the principle. When if you go to the judgment and you see a case also referred to, you can click on that case in blue. It will take you to that case also. So it is flexible and has broad research option. It broadens the research platform, and you can go on and navigate from the beginning to the end, to the latest, and to whatever principle you want, subject matter, and so on and so on. Flexible, cases referred to, all hyperlinked, and the cases referred to, you can open them at any stage and in any portion of the report where you are. And you can scroll down from page 1 of the report to the end of the case to read and pick whatever you want. And if you want to copy, you can copy. When you are writing your brief, you don't need to bring the hard copy and mark for your secretary to type. You can copy and paste in the body of your brief or your written argument. And when you are through with your research, you come to the profile here, and then you can sign out after concluding your research. So briefly, we can see the advantages, we see the basic features. And if you have issues with login, you can contact the customer service. If you have issues with the research options and the navigation, you can also get across to us. We keep on improving and we keep on updating. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Oluwole Kehinde, editor of the Nigerian Wiki Law Report. It's been a very educative session. And if for this alone, this webinar is made, because so many things that many of us didn't know about the online search engine you have made available. Thank you so very much. From the question and answer chat, a lot of questions are being raised.
Mr. Moderator, please, can I add one or two things to what the editor has said?
Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Oluwole, for that brilliant exposition of the working of the NWL online. Actually, that was necessary because the Nigerian Wiki Law Report online came into existence in August 2019. And from the experience from all the back end here, the issue that people have been raising with how to use and optimize the efficiency of the online is what the editor has just given us. And talking about even young lawyers, from our experience, we discovered that young lawyers were able to tune in quickly, quicker into the system of the online than the old lawyers. I remember a few months after we went online, one of the senior advocates used to call me every day around 12 nights. Mr. Olanwaju, I cannot get this. How do I search for course of action? How do I search for jurisdiction? And I will sit down and be putting him through, just like what the editor just did now. And then one day, as he was he called me again. I said, I hope you are not, I'm not troubling you. I said, no, you are not troubling me. Little by little, I'm sure you get what you are doing. And then I had a voice in the background. Somebody was saying, Daddy. I said, who? It appears somebody is there with you. He said, it's my daughter from the university. And my daughter is already showing me that I should not be calling you people, that she will put me through to. So he called me the following day and said the daughter has actually put him through. So our experience is that even some of our senior lawyers, they need to get more acquainted with the technological innovations. I know now that most in the law school now, most of the students that are taught online, and then they use their tablets and so on and so forth. But more importantly is the fact that the NWLR online still continues to exist along line with the print edition. In fact, they are both complementary. And secondly, that once your subscription is active in the NWLR online, it gives you access to all the parts from part 1 to the present. And if, for example, you are a yearly subscriber, up to the end of your subscription, you continue to get the addition of the latest parts. And then the editor emphasized this, exactly what you have on the soft copy is what you have in the hard copy. So you have a situation where probably a lawyer has gone to court and is using the soft copy, and the judge is using the hard copy. References are the same, the pages are the same, and then you can have this online on any of your devices, on your telephone handset, on your iPad, and on your laptop, even on the office system. So thank you very much. And in line with the webinar that we are doing today, the managing director is going to announce that we have a special package for young lawyers through the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum. Thereby, we are giving them a special dispensation for subscription to online to the tune of more than 30%. The managing director will say that in due course. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Yolarewaju, the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. As a further contribution to making law available, especially to young lawyers, I would suggest to the management 2 things. The first is that, there should be opportunity for chambers to log in for training at a fee on request. Secondly is auto guide. Perhaps the management will consider the issue of auto guide on a video on the website of Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, so that once you subscribe, there's an opportunity for you to have the manual, auto manual, which you can use to guide yourself, just like Mr. Oluwole and Mr. Olarewaju have explained at this webinar. So that can be compressed into like 5-minute guide. Thank you so very much for this illuminative guide for us. And of course, gentlemen, both on the webinar and also listening from various platforms, YouTube, it's been just men and men and men and men talking since. And you know that Chief is very gender sensitive. And of course, there's no way we could have done this without involving our colleagues from the other agenda. So we have who have joined us since, our chairperson from the FCT, the chairperson of the Nigerian Bar Association, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Of course, you call it Unity Bar. And it's a very vibrant bar that is trying to come up after Lagos. Ms. Hawa Shekarau is a wonderful Amazon who had blazed a lot of trail in her illustrious career. And she's going to do justice to this topic, given the position that she occupies and her experience. And I'm glad that we have somebody who indeed is an epitome of a role model to young lawyers. So it's my pleasure to welcome, to make a presentation, Ms. Hawa Shekarau, the chairperson of the Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, my learned Silk. I appreciate you for the kind introduction. Distinguished learned Silks here present, particularly the Honorable Minister of Labor and Productivity, senior colleagues, my learned friends. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to congratulate the Nigeria Weekly Law Report for this huge mileage. Even in the life of an individual, 35 years is no mean feat. At 35, that person is sufficiently an adult and would have achieved quite a lot at age 35. And so I truly commend the Nigeria Weekly Law Report for blazing the trail in law reporting and consistently staying there and doing great things. It is my prayer that you continue to grow from heights to heights and continue to keep that legacy that was left by our indefatigable icon in the legal profession, Gani Fawehinmi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria of blessed memory. Without wasting much time, I will just go to my presentation. I want to appreciate all that have spoken before me, and I think they've all hit the nail on its head. I have a presentation to make. I would like to share my screen. And I'm trying to get the presentation. Or better still, maybe I think I had sent it to the organizing team. Do you want to share it? Because I don't seem to see. I can't see my presentation on the Dex bar here. I don't know what's going on. Jesus, what did I do?
Let's see whether we can get one for you.
Okay. So while that is going on, let me just quickly go on to just quickly speak to my presentation. I think the issue of better welfare for young lawyers is a major talking point everywhere you go, particularly during elections. You see at the national level and at the branch level, people seeking to occupy positions at the NBA would tell you that one of their major manifesto or their major, the issue they want to push in their tenure, if elected, is the welfare of young lawyers. So it's a very serious issue, and it is my opinion that as people do that, they really do not always offer practical solutions to these issues. Welfare is not restricted only to remuneration. There are other benefits that can significantly improve the welfare of young lawyers, such as continuous legal education, stroke training, technology connectivity, professional networking, engaging young lawyers in active practices and other areas of legal practice, as well as productivity bonuses and what have you. Now, welfare of young lawyers is not solely I believe that welfare of lawyers is not solely the responsibility of senior lawyers. To enhance his or her welfare in the legal profession, a young lawyer must also be willing and ready to imbibe certain traits. In other words, what I'm saying is that it takes two to tango. Most times when you talk about welfare of lawyers, people look at it more from the angle of the senior lawyers. They need to remunerate the young lawyers appropriately and what have you. But let us first of all start from the young lawyers themselves. You know, when you have a young lawyer who is very, very diligent and hardworking, who is honest, who engages and allows himself to get involved in professional networking, and who is patient and committed to his work, and exhibits a trait of professionalism and good ethics, you realize that a senior lawyer cannot but, you know, find it very, very imperative to make sure that the welfare of that young lawyer is adequately taken care of. And so I encourage young lawyers to exhibit some of these traits: diligence and hard work, honesty, get involved in professional networking, patience and commitment to work, professionalism and good ethics, and above all, trusting God, you know, for all that you want to do. Now, just to first of all, look at what are the factors that are responsible for poor welfare of young lawyers. When we appreciate those factors, then it's easier to think of better ways that we can improve on them. Now, any discussion on factors responsible for poor welfare of young lawyers must be confronted from two fronts: the perspective of the young lawyer and that of the older and senior or experienced lawyers. From the young lawyer's perspective, they are of the view that some law firms pay stipends rather than salary to their associates. Others do not pay anything at all. They also believe that the status, stress, and time constraints accompanying law practice are hardly taken into consideration by principals when remunerating their associates. Remuneration of young lawyers compared to that of medical doctors in housemanship and other professionals such as architects, pharmacists in Nigeria is compared to that, you just know that the young lawyers' remuneration is nothing to write home about. Also, remuneration of young lawyers in comparison to those of unskilled labor in Nigeria. I hear that some young lawyers get paid 20,000, 30,000 compared to an unskilled labor, load of drivers or cleaners. How in some places, that is the amount of money that is being paid to unskilled workers in some companies. There's also the reason of non-uniformity and regulation of lawyers in Nigeria by the NBA. And then, of course, lack of morality and good conscience of some lawyers. These are, you know, the viewpoints of the young lawyers whenever they want to argue to say that their remuneration is nothing to write home about when they make the comparisons. Now, from the viewpoint of older lawyers, there's this feeling that there's a lot of impatience and get-rich-quick attitude amongst our young lawyers. There's also the belief that young lawyers' emphasis on remuneration rather than experience seems to becloud, you know, their attitude. They're more interested in remuneration. They are not concerned about gaining the requisite experience that will prepare them to launch effectively into law practice. Thirdly, there's also this, this issue of dishonesty, absence of integrity and accountability on the part of some young lawyers. There's also unethical and unprofessional conduct of young lawyers. There's also the unequal socioeconomic positions of states in Nigeria, in the sense that you know, some young lawyers want to compare how much they earn for those of them that are probably, let's say, in Dutse, Jigawa State. They want to compare their remuneration with those that are in Abuja or in Lagos, which has states have unequal socioeconomic position in the country, and that it's not possible to expect that a junior lawyer should be paid the same amount of money as that as a young lawyer in Abuja. There's also the uneven financial position and sizes of law firms in Nigeria. Like, for instance, a young lawyer who is in a sole proprietorship law firm that is quite small in size, expecting to be paid the same remuneration of a young lawyer that is probably working in a big law firm such as Templars, Bankole, and B&I, Banwo and Igodalo, and all those big firms that you have in Lagos and in Abuja. You know, so these are some of the reasons, these are some of the challenges that militate against, you know, having, you know, a very steady, you know, acceptable remuneration in terms of young lawyers' welfare. Now, I decided that we needed to go back to look at what the situation is in England. After all, our legal system is actually based on the borrowed law legal system from the UK, which was acquired after we gained our independence. A lot of our legal system and everything is fashioned out, is fashioned according to the legal system of the United Kingdom. And I think it was the first speaker who made my reference of the initial practice where pupillage was mandatory, and you did pupillage for 4 years until that system was abrogated. Now, it is important that in the UK, pupillage is the final stage of training to be a barrister at law, just like we used to have before that law was abrogated. I've also checked to find out that in the UK, some pupil barristers earn £12,000, which is the Bar Council minimum that has been established. And at £12,000 per annum, that comes to $1,000 per day, I mean per month. And then in London chambers, the chambers that are based within London, which is a very huge city, the minimum is £18,436. And so a pupil at a top commercial chambers can be paid £65,000 per annum, which is way above the minimum that has been set even by the Bar Council. Now, the Bar Council in London sets the minimum of £1,000 per annum. I think I've explained that. The Bar Council requires pupils to apply themselves full-time to pupillage. However, with the permission of their principals, they can engage in other part-time work so they can earn additional sums. Now, in Nigeria, in the past, like we said, lawyers were mandated to have pupillage for a minimum of 4 years before setting up an independence practice. And you will agree with me that for those who were privileged, because by the time I was called in 1992, the mandatory pupillage scheme was completely abrogated. So, we didn't experience that pupillage. But many of us understood that it was important to grow and learn under senior lawyers so that we can understand and get the needed experience before we can launch out on our own. With that, many of us have seen the wisdom behind this pupillage scheme. Now, after the abrogation, a lot of people have, tried to just, as soon as they get called to the bar, they launch out, start off their law firms, of course, because probably they can afford all the resources needed to start off a law firm. But you'll agree with me that doing that comes with a lot of trial and error, and sometimes it takes quite a lot for any lawyer. I mean, for any client to have confidence in that kind of lawyer who has not gotten any much experience. And so it is my position that the pupillage is a very, very important aspect of learning for young lawyers. That no matter how well placed they are, probably due to family resources, they can set up a law firm. I would encourage that they first of all learn under an experienced lawyer so that they can get the needed experience to be able to successfully launch out on their own. Now, what are the challenges that could come as a result of pupillage? One is the fact that today, because that initial law has been abrogated, there is absence of a legal framework. So if we want to go back to this idea of pupillage, we need to have a legal framework in place that would specify and also provide the needed guidelines for pupillage in Nigeria. There's also lack of parity in the earnings of senior lawyers. Like other speakers have said, how do you compel lawyers to pay a minimum, to pay a remuneration that is acceptable across board? That would be a huge challenge. But I believe that even with that challenge, there's a way we can agree on a basic minimum, which would be structured in accordance with the prevalent socio-economic situation of the country. For instance, in countries, in states that are socio-economically not too buoyant, they can have a particular amount that is minimum for as fees or remuneration for young lawyers. There's also a challenge that we might face of the attitude of some senior lawyers towards young lawyers. The reality is that things are bad. Some lawyers are not really very successful. But if you must be a senior lawyer who needs a young lawyer in his firm, you must be able to accept a basic minimum as remuneration for such young lawyers. Otherwise, then you shouldn't be able to just pick a lawyer and keep in your law firm, and then you are engaging the young lawyer in activities in the firm without remunerating that person. I think that would go contrary to the legal framework once it is put in place. There's also the attitude of young lawyers towards hard work and professional ethics. I believe that if there is an acceptable minimum remuneration for young lawyers, then they would have no choice but to ensure that they meet up with the responsibilities that is expected of them in the law firm. And that should be able to take care of that. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so in other words, no matter the challenges that we have in terms of agreeing on a minimum wage for young lawyers, I still believe that it is doable, because it is said that where there is a will, there is a way. If we believe that this is necessary, it is needed, we can do it. And all it needs is for us to put in place, the NBA can put in place a committee that would, and I recall that we also had the Legal Practitioners Remuneration Act, which though has become obsolete in view of the current socioeconomic situation of the country. But I think that if the NBA is determined at the national level to ensure that that happens, I think it can be done. All it needs is political will. So there's need for the NBA to fashion out a minimum wage for young lawyers. The minimum wage scheme can be based on the socioeconomic zones of the country, with states such as Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt on the same scale, while other states on the same socioeconomic level be placed on a lower wage scale. And I think it is reasonable to do that because of the living expenses of the countries, which is quite different, of the states, which is quite different. Yeah, young lawyers should also be given the freedom to take certain small briefs from which they can earn a little outside the stipends. Like sometimes I discuss with some senior colleagues, and I say that, why do you want to monitor every little thing that your young lawyers do? In my own case, I don't want to give myself high blood pressure. But so I keep telling my young lawyers, I'm not interested in whatever little small briefs that come your way. The important thing is that you have a responsibility given to you in the office. You have files assigned to you. Make sure that you deliver on them. And that has helped, get their commitment. That has helped, get them doing things, because, nobody is, breathing through or policing everything that they do, such that it becomes quite uncomfortable for many of them. Law firms should also adopt the culture of paying young lawyers percentage on briefs handled by them. I've also discussed in some senior lawyers do that, and I'm also one of those who do that. When I handle a file to my colleagues in chambers, whatever fee comes from that file, there's a particular percentage that is set aside as yours. So as they work, a particular fee can even bring quite a very huge, percentage to them as remuneration. And then there are times again, a file could come, not too much, but at the end of the day, they are happy that they are working for, the good of that, that brief that has been assigned to them, knowing that whatever remuneration is paid at the end of the day, they have a part of a piece of the cake. Lastly, mandatory paid pupillage should be reintroduced into the legal system and codified in the Legal Practitioners Act to give it the legal backing. If we do that, then it will compel senior lawyers and law firms to ensure that they adhere to that minimum. They can, like we say, it is a minimum. They can even go way above that minimum, as we have seen in the case in England. Disciplinary committees and sanctions should be established to check senior lawyers who withhold the remuneration of their junior lawyers, treat young lawyers unfairly, or who, though financially buoyant, refuse pupillage of young lawyers. I've received in Abuja complaints from young lawyers whose senior lawyers have withheld their payments for months. That we have passed to our disciplinary committees to handle. I think that is a way to ensure that we get this implemented. And then lastly, young lawyers must imbibe diligence and hard work, and must be able to network within and outside the legal profession, study hard, be loyal, honest, and take clients' cases assigned to them very seriously. It is so important that their attitude also counts. It's not just about you just doing something and then you just collect a pay and you just go. Your attitude matters, because there's a popular saying that when you take care of an assignment given to you belonging to someone, then you'll be able to do your own even better. But when your attitude of handling things simply because you're just a staff, you're not the owner, you feel that you can just behave anyhow, the reality is that by the time you launch out and start doing yours, you will transfer that attitude of lackadaisical attitude into your own practice. And so when you see a very diligent, hardworking young lawyer who is working under a junior, you can tell that when he sets out his own law firm, he will even do better. And so that is my last word for young lawyers. And it is my position that the MBA truly needs to look at this welfare of young lawyers and ensure that they are effectively remunerated, and they are equal. That remuneration part is also included in the Legal Practitioners Act in order to give it the backing that is needed. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so very much. The chairperson of the Nigerian Bar Association, Abuja branch, Ms. Hawa Shakarau. We thank you for those illuminating thoughts. Amongst others, she mentioned the issue of engaging young lawyers, make them more productive, and that they have a role to play themselves in the welfare and self-development. And especially she mentioned the issue of diligence, hard work, honesty, professionalism, and also loyalty. It's a two-way thing, according to her. There's no way a young lawyer can be so proficient. If the senior lawyer has blood running in his system, he too will know that, his office is being sustained largely by the contributions of the young lawyer. And she said that privilege is important because it will be an avenue to gain the confidence of clients, and which is very, very important. And she gave a lot of recommendations. Glad enough, the Honorable Minister of State for Employment and Productivity has said that we should produce a communique from this webinar. And I'm sure we'll find her contributions very, very robust and useful for that communique. Thank you so very much, Ms. Hawa Shakarau, the chairperson of Nigerian Bar Association, Abuja branch.
Thank you, sir.
As we speak now, we have recorded not less than 118 participants in this platform presently, but I'm also aware that this is also being beamed live on YouTube and several other social media handles of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Since we started the webinar, I have since recognized that my chairman, Mr. Yemi Akongbe, the chairman of the Premier Branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, has since joined us, as he promised that he would do. We're glad to welcome you, Mr. Yemi Akongbe, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. And indeed, you came at the right time because you are next in line to make your presentation. Mr. Yemi Akongbe is a very known legal practitioner, very astute at that. At a young age, he had risen to be a partner in the reputable firm of Shofunde, Osakwe, Ogundipe, and Begore, and is also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. And if you have practiced in Lagos, you must have come across him in the courts, very refined and very industrious. And he had told me that he was traveling outside Lagos to handle some cases, that he will come and ensure that he's part of this webinar. So like I said, we're glad to have you. And I'm sure given your experience as the chairman of the biggest and oldest bar in Nigeria, you will do justice to the issue of pupillage for young lawyers. So it's my pleasure to welcome, without much ado, my own chairman and chairman of all chairmen, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Yemi Akongbe, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, will make his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Leonard Seal. Thank you very much indeed for that glowing remarks. Thank you. I feel highly honored to hear that coming from a legal giant like yourself, sir. So good afternoon, my Lord, Honorable Justice Oyewole, Leonard Seal advocates, and senior colleagues, and my other colleagues. I'm particularly delighted to be on this platform today talking about welfare of young lawyers and pupillage in celebration of the 35 years of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. I'm particularly delighted because we're also talking about NWLR, we're also celebrating a legal icon, a man that came, that saw and conquered, a man that has impacted greatly on the legal profession, legal development of the law, and the legal landscape, entirely. Chief Ganifa is someone that is very passionate about welfare of lawyers, not just young lawyers, but lawyers across board. I understand that NWLR, before it came about, Access Law Reports was for the big and the mighty lawyers. But Chief Ganifa broke into that and ensured that law reporting became something for rank and file. And today, everybody has access to NWLR and all of that. All of this is due to, what one particular man has done. So, for me, I say that this man has left footprints on the sands of time, and may his soul continue to rest in peace. And this is also a call to other lawyers. What are you going to do that would make people remember you after you're long gone? Everybody would go at some point, but what would you leave behind as your legacy? Chief Ganifa Yemina has left NWLR, and forever and ever, they will continue to be remembered for that. So talking about that, that's on Chief. But talking about this topic, I mean, I've been graciously given 15 minutes to discuss this, and I'll keep to that. They say that a lawyer that cannot keep to time has no value. So even though this is a topic I'm very passionate about and I can speak on from today till tomorrow, but I'll keep to my 12 to 15 minutes to do this. Before I do that, let me retort briefly on saying things that had been said by earlier speakers, because to be honest, everybody has said everything about this topic. We're just going to be rehashing what had been said earlier on. It's the same thing. You have the finest mind, so they would have covered the field. But we have different perspectives, and we're looking at it from different perspectives. So just like the Honorable Minister mentioned that people applying for senior advocates, and senior advocates should be mandated to pay a certain amount of money and all of salary and all of that. Then, for me, something comes to my mind quickly, and I say to myself, we need to disabuse our minds when we're talking about senior and successful lawyers to be making reference to senior advocates. There are so many lawyers that are successful today, more than senior advocates, who don't want to become senior advocates. And I give you a practical example when during the COVID period, when they had to distribute palliatives amongst young lawyers, because we as chairman of the branch were field officers, because we see the rank and file. Most lawyers will only see people that work in their law firm, but we see everybody. And a young lawyer came to me and said, I work for a senior advocate, I earn 45,000 naira a month. But they said, young lawyers that work with senior advocates cannot apply for palliatives. But if you don't work for a senior advocate, you can apply. He said to me, he has a friend that works in Udo Odoma that earns 200,000, and they don't have a senior advocate in Udo Odoma, but you can apply. So we need to rid ourselves of that misconception. There are so many lawyers, Chief Ogubanjo, the doyen of commercial transactions. He never became a senior advocate, he never wanted to become one. He was successful. Chris Okeke is a successful lawyer. Bingo Yebode, even our president of the NBA now, he's not a senior advocate, and he doesn't want to become one. So are we talking about when we say successful now, we need to then focus on who are the successful lawyers and who are the senior lawyers, and disabuse our mind from thinking only senior advocates are successful and are the senior lawyers. So we need to look at that. Then also, my colleague from Abuja made the point that senior advocates, junior lawyers should be allowed to have time to do their own things. If we allow that, are you not then leading to a situation of conflict of interest? So if you allow that, I have my own personal belief. You say I can do it. You have the firm's one. Then it's completed. If it's looked at from the point of view of time of the firm, then you have to ensure that there is no conflict situation. That's that. Now talking about welfare of young lawyers. This issue, for me, it's hardly on the front burner when we're talking in the legal parlance. Even when we talk about it, most people pay lip service to these issues. Lip service, so they pay. So most of the people that talk about it, when you look deeply, they're even guilty of these things we're talking about. So and the reason for why lawyers' welfare is not taken seriously is because of the long age concept that when you are a young lawyer, you are learning. It's skill before opportunity. What value are you bringing to the table? You shouldn't be paid so much. It's an apprenticeship. You're learning and all of that. And I don't totally disagree with that. I also agree with that it's apprenticeship. You need to learn. And skill in life, skill must always come before opportunity and not the other way around. So I agree with that. But when we then talk about welfare, what is welfare? A lot of people look at welfare in terms of naira and kobo, remuneration and living standards. But we need to understand that welfare goes a lot beyond that. It's a lot, just like Mr. Tayo said. Welfare, we're talking about things that aid the good fortune of a lawyer. Well-being. When you say well-being, you're talking about health. You're talking about how do they become prosperous, upliftment. How do you increase their social mobility? These are all the things we're talking about when we talk about welfare, and not just naira and kobo, not just your remuneration. Now, when we're not looking at that, I'm going to then focus on three main aspects. One is capacity building. That's my own number one welfare. So if you're a lawyer who operates in an industry that is knowledge-driven, that is based on knowledge, intellectual empowerment, the only first welfare that you must know is how do you build capacity? That's number one. When the capacity is there, how do we ensure that there is growth and experience for lawyers? How do we ensure that they grow and we create opportunities for them within that space? And when you do that, then you cannot talk about remuneration and benefits that are for young lawyers. Now, let me talk to you about what I mentioned when I said capacity building. Now, the whole world is a global village now. In Nigeria, 5,000 lawyers get churned out of the law school every year. Now, what do they get trained in law school? You see them as civil procedure, criminal procedure, and all of that. Are they prepared for the world out there? All that you do in the world out there, is this civil and criminal procedure? There are so many things. The space is being opened up. Now, Nigeria, we're talking about AFTA now, African Free Trade Zone and all of that, where the whole continent is going to become a single market. Where in the single market now, you can apply your trade outside Nigeria. How do you ensure that you have lawyers that can compete favorably, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa? How do you build capacity for them? Are we still talking about litigation now? If everybody wants to do litigation, people talk about ADR, talk about so many other things. How do we begin to do that? So who is doing that? Right now, nobody's doing that other than the law school. And what is law school teaching them? Is it what they need to succeed in the world, they excel in the world of today, to compete favorably in Africa? Now, except young lawyers are fortunate enough to work in top law firms where they can be trained, sent for conferences and all of that. Nobody prepares them for this sort of thing. So, which is why the bar has to step in, so that it's not just law firm that American law firm take. And Lagos branch has led the way in this regard. Now we have what we're trying to do now. Just recently, Lagos branch subsidized fees for 100 lawyers to take courses in ADR arbitration. So now what we're doing is we're helping lawyers to acquire new skills they can use today. There's so much emphasis now on ADR, and Lagos is leading the way, saying, okay, you know what? You want to do ADR, specialize, open up the space for people. Don't limit the space for them, not just litigation. Now we just need 100 lawyers now to be certified. So not just to train them, also certify them. So on their CVs, when they are applying for jobs, they see that they have certification in ADR. Now from this, we want to go to SEC. Now, capital market, they do exam for lawyers and all of that, certify them. And you begin to certify our members. Let them go into the capital market. Let's open up the space for them. The bar is trying to do that. Now, that is one thing we're doing in terms of capacity building. Now, mentorship is something that is missing. Nobody mentors anymore. Sometimes you interview lawyers and you ask the young lawyers, who's your mentor? They say they don't have one. How can you have a mentor? Now, Lagos branch, we have a mentorship. We're pairing young lawyers now with senior lawyers to mentor them. We're doing group mentorship. We have an evening with Aso Godalo to sit down with young lawyers, tell them how you've done it. How is it done? We've done with Bingo Yebode, Dr. Babalakin, senior lawyers like that. We do group mentorship for them. Now we're also doing firm-to-firm mentorship. How do you pair small firm with big firm? Let them tell them about structure, how to run a law firm. Some people still don't know about how you must separate the firm account from the personal account. So lawyers still run their firm like it's a one-man business. So how do you begin to do these things? These are things that are missing now that the bar is trying to do. Let's have firm-to-firm mentorship. Give open people to new ways of doing things. Now we're doing that. Health is very important. Not everybody would work in Templars or Lokonebody and these top law firms where they have health insurance. What about lawyers that are out there? Because the standard now is not your lawyers that work in top law firms. The standard of welfare to be your weakest link, the everyday lawyer. What does he have? Now the Bar Association in Lagos, the branch, now we've gone to meet IGEA, using our numbers to negotiate with them so that not just the life insurance that the MBA is doing, where if you die, they give your family X amount of money. What about the ones with us that are doing the work? So now we have health insurance now under IGEA, so that when lawyers fall sick, with the little premium, you can have access to that. That's one of the things that the branch is doing. Then also, we know issue of remuneration is a very touchy one and very sensitive one. Now everybody have said, oh, let there be remuneration, let us be minimum wage and all of that. Enforcement is going to be a problem because it's a contract. It's a free market. I want to hire you, I can't pay you more than 40,000, take it or move on. If you can't take it, I'll get the next lawyer. So we have sat together as a committee of the branch, say, okay, fine, you know what? We need to arrive at what the living wage is in Lagos. Because the living wage in Lagos is not the living wage in Jigawa State, in Nasarawa State. It has to be done on a state-by-state basis. So that if you arrive at a living wage, so a man that lives in Okorodu and works in Lagos Island, this is how much you need to survive in Lagos. Then that will be your benchmark. Then you can begin to say, okay, fine, you can go above this. But then again, I said, enforcement is going to be a big issue. So we need to find a creative way around that and see how it can be done. But to begin with, we would make recommendations, say, living wage is the benchmark, maybe for letter of good standing, you can make it in the constitution that you must be able to show that you are able to pay the minimum wage if you live in a certain area, or the minimum wage set by your branch, you have to show evidence that you can meet up with that minimum wage. Then maybe that's when you can get a letter of good standing, or maybe just like the Honorable Minister said in applying for silk. But, well, yeah, fine. I guess it's a way to start. But enforcement will be a big issue on that because it's a contractual arrangement and it's a free market, open market. So that is one. Now, the important bit, when you talk about welfare, you cannot divorce welfare from pupillage because people need to, learn. But the difference between Nigeria and other countries is that, yes, everybody does pupillage, everybody agrees with pupillage. But in England and America and all of that, you can live life while you do your pupillage. But in Nigeria, the economy, you have to bear in mind what the economy is. And the critical factor in talking about, pupillage and all of that, and how much you pay. A lot has been said about, well-being. If you're not well yourself, you can't, you can't cater for another person. So, pupillage is a big issue. Now, for me, issue of pupillage, you have to talk about the shallow legal market that we have. How deep is the market? Now, that then leads to inadequacy of pupillage opportunities. Because how many lawyers can they absorb? How many lawyers can Templars absorb? How many lawyers can my own firm take compared to lawyers that come out every year? So you have to look at that. So the shallow legal market is a militating factor against pupillage. So except, and of course, and that is a function of the economy, because as we know, the law follows the economy, law follows business. So if there's local investment, there's foreign direct investment, the economy is booming and all of that, yeah, law practice will thrive, and that would, improve, on pupillage opportunities and ability to pay young lawyers. So the shallow legal market we have to deepen it, widen it so that they can take more, so that we won't have inadequacies of opportunities. Now that's the factor. Then another factor, which is also an important one, is that mindset is also an issue. People need to rid themselves of that mindset. That what are they bringing to the table? Are they not young lawyers? They are successful. Yeah, fine. Some lawyers cannot afford to pay, but there are some that can afford to pay. Some lawyers will tell you that I pay you 50,000 a month, but quarterly I would give you X amount of money according to their own rules and caprices. So in a particular month, he's happy with me, he gives me this. In another month, he's not happy with me, he doesn't give me this. So these are challenges that we are faced with in terms of pupillage and welfare of lawyers. Now, are there opportunities? Are there ways of ensuring things get better? Of course, there are opportunities, and there are ways which you can improve the welfare of young lawyers. Some of the ways of improving this is this, which is one of what the NWL has introduced: access to electronic law reports. Now, a lot of lawyers, some of them say, I don't want to work for someone because even when I'm on my own, I'm not worse off than when I'm working for another person. So for those who feel that there's inadequate opportunity of pupillage and they want to be on their own, they can do so under the guidance of a senior lawyer who mentors them. Then with this council of NWLR, it makes access to law reports easy. It's a lot easier for young lawyers. Now, the NBA branches should then look at how they can begin to, ameliorate situations like this, where they can say 500 lawyers will pay for young lawyers, will pay for this for them for 1 year subscription and all of that. But then again, NBA too is a charity. It doesn't have money like that. A lot of our money comes from bad dues that are being paid, branches are being paid. Now with the Attorney General having amended this thing and having amended the law to say that you don't pay for stamp and seal anymore, it's going to negatively impact on what the branch can now raise in terms of revenue, because our revenue comes from bad practicing fee and branch dues. So that's also a factor that we need to look at. The branches, where are they getting that money from? Except from free branches that have numbers. Even at that, if people don't pay their branch dues, NBA cannot do anything. But this is one of the ways of resolving this. NBA can, step in, just like Lagos branch is doing at the moment, and begin to do things for, the everyday lawyer. So access to mentor opportunities from senior lawyers, very important. You can, with emails and all of this now, you don't have to sit down with the Gbenga Yebode or our president to mentor you anymore. You can have time slots, by email and all of that, Zoom and everything, and this can be done. So availability to online library and research materials would help a lot more. And training by different bodies like the NBA conferences, organizing conferences and seminars and all of that also, helps. It goes a long way in exposing people, gives them the exposure. So not all law firms can afford to. Not all law firms can afford to send their young lawyers like top firms would do, sending them to IBA, sending them to ABA conference and all of that. But even local conferences, you can get resource persons from outside and all of that. Law firms can take this up. So it's a thing of mindset. Nothing stops the bar and the law from organizing something like this and saying, you know what, it's free for young lawyers. So these are some of the ways that we can begin to be creative and find a way to resolve where we are. In conclusion, I say that pupillage cannot be divorced from the shallow legal market and the unfavorable interplay between forces of demand and supply. We have a lot of lawyers, 5,000 every year. How many top law firms can absorb them? That's the major issue, And sometimes mindset of lawyers too. There's a fixation that, why should I pay them? Why should I pay them that? But as I've said that, I've also mentioned the fact that there are always also opportunities. Young lawyers need to build capacity. When you build capacity, people see the value you're going to create on your CV. They'll take you, they'll hire you. If all you are doing, if you're telling me that, I'm certified with capital market, I'm an expert in this and that, you have more value than someone that just say, I went to law school and that's what you're bringing to the table. So with capacity building, it improves on your welfare and your privilege opportunities. So rounding up, I say that we should come together and find a way to do this. It's not just like people have said, it's not a function of senior lawyers only. It's an entire profession. And we have to pay attention to this because your environment would always limit you. If you ignore young lawyers today, they're the future of the practice tomorrow. If you ignore young lawyers today, you come against them in court. And that environment would limit your opportunities. You limit you in every way. So that said, I would close by saying that young lawyer, by something on the lighter note, when people say young lawyers age 1 to 7, Well, I've come across situations where lawyers have come to me to tell me that, well, I'm not age 1 to 7, I'm 8 years at the bar. Are you telling me that I'm doing better than someone that is 7 years at the bar? I'm not. So even talking about young lawyers and saying age 1 to 7, NWLR should look at that. It's not extreme, it's not only 1 to 7. When we're doing our palliatives in Lagos, we said we're going to give young lawyers. A lot of senior lawyers came to me and tell me, no, it's not about young lawyers alone. No. I'm a young lawyer in terms of achievement and all of that. So thank you for this opportunity. Let's continue, having the discussion. It's a start, and I believe that, with sincerity and, commitment on our part, we'll get it right. And I thank you, NWLR, for what you have done for, transforming from the analog now to the digital. Thank you so much. May you continue to grow in strength and expand your operations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yemi Akongbe, the chairman of the Premier Branch, Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. Amongst others, he joined others to commend Chief Gani Fahimi for breaking the jinx of lack of access to judgments and law reports. And he said that the suggestion of the learned senior advocate and Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Productivity about profiling candidates for SCN should not just be limited to SCNs, those who aspire to be SCNs alone, but also other successful senior lawyers. And good enough that he also said that the challenge with that would be issue of enforcement, because you cannot just go into private contractor engagement and impose on lawyers. But people who want to aspire to be senior advocates have put themselves online to meet certain criteria. So that could be a springboard, that we should not limit it to that category alone. There are so many other successful lawyers who are not senior advocates. And he said that welfare goes beyond remuneration. We shouldn't just focus on salary and money alone. Issues of the well-being is holistic, about capacity building, and also how you're able to mentor. Even if you can't pay well enough, if you have been able to guide the lawyer to stand on his own, you teach him the means of research, you empower him, the means of hard work, the capacity for courage, and the virtue of honesty. And those ones may even be more than money in terms of bringing up young lawyers. And so he says that also law follows economy. And so when you talk about the welfare of young lawyers, you also must talk about the welfare of senior lawyers. Because if we're able to make the capacity of income more liberal and prosperous, it will surely go back to the young lawyers. Thank you so very much. You have not disappointed us, just like our chairperson from Abuja. These have been very illuminating thoughts on the topic today. Since we started this, we have a lot of people, distinguished members of the bar and even outside the bar, following us from the audience, either on YouTube or Facebook and the various social media handles. But I cannot fail to recognize a distinguished alumnus of Gani Fahimi Chambers, who, just like so many others that Chief has mentored, has made an indelible mark within the legal profession. She was very, very active within the bar in Lagos here, and herself had mentored so many other people before she was elevated to the higher bench, and is currently sitting at the judicial arm of Delta State government. And I'm not talking about no other person than our own dear Honorable Justice Rolly Harima, an alumnus of Gani Fahimi Chambers, and now a judge of the Delta State Judiciary. We acknowledge you, Ma, and thank you for your patience to have followed all through. And we thank others who are also listening. And I also thank my Lord, the Honorable Justice Oyewole, who has still remained with us, and my learned brother Silk, Mr. Tayo Yetibo, and Mr. Festus Keyamo, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Productivity, and all our panelists who have since kept faith with us. We have a lot of questions. We have about 10 questions so far. I urge you to be please be patient so that we'll take them all together. Next on the line, of course, is a presentation from another experienced legal practitioner who has come across as a person of high integrity, who has also paid the mark in terms of mentoring lawyers and also making selfless efforts in leading the bar to ensure that standards do not fall. And I was impressed yesterday when he joined us for the preview of this program, and he promised that even though he was going to be in court, he will also still join us for today's epoch-making event. And so it's my pleasure to make a presentation, a chairman of one of the vibrant bars in Nigeria. I'm talking about the Nigerian Bar Association Kaduna branch, very ebullient and a lover of research himself. And I talk about no one other than Mr. Samson Audu, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Kaduna branch. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your patience. I invite you to please make your presentation. Mr. Samson Audu, the chairman of Nigerian Bar Association Kaduna branch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, the moderator. My lords, learned Sikhs, learned colleagues, permit me with due respect to stand on the existing protocol duly established. And I'm greatly honored to be a panelist to discuss young lawyers' welfare and challenges of pupillage in Nigeria by the organizers of this great event, celebrating the Nigeria Weekly Law Report at 35. The importance of this topic can never be overemphasized. Every profession look onto the younger ones for generational shift. The legal profession is not an exception. The young lawyer of the days are now the stakeholder of the bar today. Young lawyers form an important section of NBA and the legal profession. The position of young lawyer, therefore, is strategic in the legal profession. Permit me to jump on who is a young lawyer and other submissions, requirements, observations being made by my learned colleagues, my lords, and the learned Sikhs, and move straight to the challenges confronting young lawyers and the people in Nigeria. The challenges facing young lawyers in their quest for success and excellence in the legal profession are enormous, which the bar must surmount. We cannot expect the best from young lawyers if we close our eyes to numerous challenges, bedeviling them without finding solution to them. The wise man will say, to whom much is given, much is equally expected. We, the lawyers, will say, you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. Therefore, we expect the best from the young lawyers. We must first give them something of commensurate or more value. The challenges of young lawyers in Nigeria are many and cannot be exhaustive However, I will attempt to highlight briefly just three. First of all, is the harsh economic realities. From 2015 to date, Nigeria was in economic recession. But before then, the economic situation was not any better. This is now common in Nigeria. Nigeria depends on oil. The prices of petrol and other allied products have been upwardly reviewed by previous and past governments. The last upward review was from 145 to 170 naira per standard of living. It becomes too harsh, and without any form of economic palliative from the government to cushion the harsh effect. This trend has affected the entire economy in the country, and African Nigeria who does not have enough money to cater for his basic needs cannot think of engaging a lawyer for legal services because he cannot afford it. The harsh economic reality have also affected other private business that have to lay off and downsize their personnel and manpower strength. The effect of this is to legal practice is that there is a currently low client patronage. And without patronage, the law practice cannot financially thrive. The current harsh economic reality in Nigeria have taken a downturn effect on the legal practice generally. A young lawyer confronted with this challenge will find it difficult to enjoy legal practice. Furthermore, one of the effects of the harsh economic reality in Nigeria that will be on a long discourse about is unemployment. Youth unemployment is a national issue and challenge which affect not only the legal profession but also all other professions and vocations. According to statistics released by the National Bureau of Statistics, youth unemployment rate in Nigeria reached its all-time highest level of 40% in the last quarter. Each year, the 6 campuses of Nigerian Law School in Nigeria produce between 3,000 to 4,000 young lawyers that will join their already unemployed colleagues in the labor market. And this, to the growing numbers of the already unemployed young lawyers, the effect is that thousands of lawyers are presently unemployed in Nigeria, most underemployed. Where the young lawyers manage to get something to do, it is more of an underemployment than employment. Speaking. Unemployment and under only affect productivity, but unemployment of the young lawyers leads to crisis of confidence, financial challenges, disillusionment, and possibly a total lack of passion for the profession, together with all it portends. If this trend continues, young lawyers may lose confidence in themselves and the passion to deliver legal services in the profession. Another area I would like to highlight is not only the unemployment, but also the poor remuneration and welfare packages of those who are employed. Very few Nigerians are gainfully employed today. The legal profession is also affected with these challenges. The young lawyers are at the center of it. It is a lingering issue. Over the years, the NBA has been grappling with this lingering debate on the best way to resolve the challenge of poor remuneration and welfare packages of young lawyers, and the way to make them better. On this issue, NPA is divided into two. The first group comprises of those that are advocating that NBA should fix some sort of minimum wage and welfare package for young lawyers. And that law firm should be mandated to comply. And all the law firms should be mandated to comply. Their reasoning is that if this is done, young lawyers will be more motivated to develop confidence in and passion for the profession. And they will be driven away from the profession for reason of insufficient remuneration and welfare packages. The second group comprises of those that disagree with the institutionalization of a minimum wage and welfare package within the legal profession, citing among other reasons that the law firm are privately owned and it will be illogical to enforce a minimum wage for private legal practitioners. Both groups have made good and valid points. Recall that on the 8th day of March 2018, the online version of the Punch newspaper reported that the current National Executive Committee of the NBA, under the leadership of Abubakar Mahmoud SAN, inaugurated a 13-man committee to, among other things, formulate a pragmatic framework and blueprint for the issue of welfare that will cover all categories of lawyers. The committee has met, carried out the task, submitted the blueprint, which is now awaiting approval of the National Executive Committee of the NBA. And one of the recommendations of the committee was 50,000 naira minimum salary wage for young lawyers, and a minimum of 25,000 naira for young lawyers who are doing their mandatory National Youth Service program, be it in the private or public sector during the period of their service. And to give effect to the proposed minimum wage, the committee also recommended that a welfare monitoring committee should be set up to perform the role of a task force and act as a watchdog for the implementation of the novel policies being proposed by the welfare committee. The committee further suggested that any member of the monitoring committee shall have a power to receive complaint, petition of infraction and or non-compliance, and pass them to the welfare committee, which shall report such infraction or non-compliance to the leadership of the NBA for appropriate action.
Perhaps I can apply for another order from my Lord Justice Soyewole to unfreeze the presentation of the Abuja Kaduna chairman.
They serve advanced firm and senior lawyers. I agree when he made the Otibo SCN. I agree with him. But permit me to say this, that a young lawyer working under a senior that cannot afford to make an end meet, how will he take care of the welfare of the young lawyers under his mentorship? This made me to look at it. $50,000 for the simple reason, even if NBA package for the young lawyers, how will it enforce it in the absence of written instrument to that effect? There is no instrument that compelling the compliance with this committee suggestions of the payment of the minimum wage for the young lawyer. Besides, the leadership of law firm or senior lawyer or a young lawyer is founded on the law of contract of employment, which is governed by essential privity of contract. A law firm or senior lawyer cannot be found culpable if a young lawyer accepts to work on conditions of service that fundamentally depart from the institutionalization or fixed minimum wage or welfare package. At the end of the day, the proposed welfare monitoring committee may end up like a proverbial bulldog that can only bark but cannot bite. To my mind, a stronger case of implementation of 50,000 minimum wage and other welfare packages can be made for young lawyers that are employed in the public sector than for those in the private sector. This is because the terms and conditions of those employed in the public sector have statutory flavor. The implementation hurdle is understandable given the fact that employment of lawyers, like any other employment situation, fall within the master servant contractual loop of foundational principle, which lies in the prostatus margin. In other words, the term of any such contract depends on what the parties agree. And it is just an agreement that can be enforced by either party. Secondly, the call for lawyers, any capacity may be determined in some part of the location of his practice. A lawyer who has his office in Lagos State, Rivers State, cannot be compared with a lawyer who has his office in other states of the Federation, or in Abuja, or in Cross River State. Unlikely to be in the same earning bracket as his colleagues who practice in those big states. Port Harcourt is there, Lagos is there, Abuja. You can't compare any other state with this state in terms of payment. I will believe also, with due respect to the senior lawyers, that to whom most is given, most is being determined. We should not close our eyes to the welfare of our young lawyers. And have to talk on the challenges, the harsh economic realities, the unemployment, and the poor remuneration of welfare packages. What will be the way forward? The young lawyers must survive the economic realities. And also, the employment must be given to the young lawyers. And finally, they must be given a good package of a befitting legal practitioner. The young lawyers form an integral, important part of NBA. Therefore, a lot of attention must be given to it, to reposition same to greater height in the legal profession and practice. The first step towards achieving this is to ensure that there should be a creation of a statute. The NBA Constitution should be amended by inserting a section therein establishing it and how it shall be managed. In the alternative, a bylaw should be enacted. The amendment of bylaws should be expressly define a young lawyer as one who is not more than, let's say, 25 to 30 years of age and not more than 9 years post-call. As everybody say that from 1 year to 7 years. And the issue of remuneration and welfare package of young lawyer has remained unresolved to date, despite its seeming insurmountable hurdles. A recommendations of the 13-man committee set up by the NBA pertaining the fixing of 50,000 minimum wage for young lawyers to be given the trial implementation in order to determine and validate its level of acceptability and compliance. Also, the issue of continued legal education for young lawyers should be given serious consideration. The legal knowledge of young lawyers should not be fixed and should not be stereotyped to only procedural law in court or what they learned in the universities and law school. They must be encouraged to acquire additional knowledge so as to develop their capacity. NBA should roll out programs in this regard and make attendance and participation mandatory. Also, the issue of mentorship should be given serious consideration. A law should be enacted which will make it mandatory for fresh law graduates to spend in numbers of years, at least 3 to 4 years, under mentoring supervision of a senior lawyer of the profession before they are allowed to set up their law firms and practice in superior court. This will improve the quality of legal services that will deliver when they establish and start their own law firm. And the issue of welfare packages for them should be a matter of the past. It should not be a matter that will be worried if this are being done. I look at it also from all angles that we can do it. It's from the heart. We should not allow the young lawyers to be moving around like unemployed graduates in other professions. Ours is a noble profession and must be given noble attention. So these are the little contributions in addition to what.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Have been said, or which I associate myself with, and once again thank you. I'm greatly honored to speak on this happy 35 years for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We can't thank you enough for this wonderful presentation, especially when you said a noble profession deserves noble attention. It was a very crowning way to make that presentation. We have just listened to the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Kaduna branch, Mr. Samson Abdu, was made a very wonderful and illuminating presentation. He says that the challenges that young lawyers face are very daunting. And indeed, it's becoming difficult to meet or confront those challenges because of economic downturn. In particular, since 2015 up to now, Nigeria has experienced 2 recessions in a row. And so there's the challenge of the impoverishment of clients, because unless there is a brief for the firm, I mean, the senior lawyer cannot go and borrow money to take care. So he says that the best way to ensure the prosperity of young lawyers is also to ensure the prosperity of the legal profession generally. And the economic realities have posed a lot of challenges. But he says, notwithstanding that, I mean, society has built up the senior lawyer, so to whom much is given, so much more is expected. So in that regard, we should find a way to complement the responsibilities with the challenges that are available. In particular, one thing we should note is that increasingly, from all the presentations so far, it's clear that good governance Okay, so I think we are doing well so far. But thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that wonderful presentation. Before we proceed to the next presentation, I believe that we know we are doing well with time. It's about 2 o'clock or thereafter now. And so we hope that we can conclude this thing in another 15 to 20 minutes. So please bear with us. I just want to apologize. We have some hitches technically before we started. Otherwise, we hope to finish this exactly at 2 p.m. So without wasting much time, there's no way you can shave somebody's head, according to Chief M. Kabela, without him being there. So when we talk about young lawyers, we should listen to them. We can't conclude this webinar without listening to the young lawyers themselves. And we have to do justice and give us the perspective of the young lawyers themselves. Is none other than the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum, Mr. Tobi Adebowale, who is been with us since we started. So I'll call on Mr. Tobi Adebowale, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum, to make his presentation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Adebowale, for the very privileged introduction. It's not every time that a young lawyer would have the privilege of being described and being welcome to give his remarks at any event. So thank you very much, sir. And before I proceed, I would like to thank everyone, starting from my Lord Honorable Justice Oyewole, for the opportunity of being here and being able to share this platform with esteemed senior colleagues, learned senior advocates, and senior lawyers who have lent their voice to a very important topic that we've been discussing today. The Honorable Minister, Mr. Festus Keyamo SAN, who I was also privileged to meet sometime earlier in the year. And of the many people that we wrote to as the Young Lawyers Forum at the time, it was the very first senior government official who responded to us via a letter, and that perhaps underscores the kind of devotion and commitment he has to young lawyers. Today, being the 35th anniversary of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, an important product that was the product of the vision of someone we've all come to adore and celebrate, the late Chief Gani Fawemi SAN. It gives me great pleasure to be able to also participate in this celebration. And on behalf of young lawyers, I congratulate the team, the editorial team, and the entire management of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report on this event. I've listened to all the senior lawyers who have shared their views today. And one thing that runs through is the passion for the development and the welfare of young lawyers. It goes without saying that the people who have been assembled today have definitely drawn inspiration from Chief Gani Fawemi SAN himself. And perhaps it also goes without saying that the kind of tutelage, the kind of mentorship that the learned Sikh put in place to have raised this armada of senior advocates, very respected lawyers across the country, and justices who all trace their upbringing, their foundation in the legal profession to the Gani Fawemi chambers, is just a great testament to how truly incredible and great Chief Gani Fawemi SAN is, and it gives me great pleasure to recognize that I'm perhaps I'm definitely in the right place within the right crowd. So to just touch on, I mean, when you come to add your voice to a topic when the senior colleagues have spoken, you might run the risk of repeating the knowledge that they have already expressed. So much wisdom has been shared here, and I will try to avoid repeating or rehashing what has already been said. I'll probably just skip some parts of my talk and just draw out some statistics based on the findings we made when we did a survey. Definitely, as Mr. Yemi Akongwe, who happens to be my branch chairman, noted earlier, there are many lawyers, senior lawyers, who are successful who are not senior advocates. And also, there's very important fact to note that when young lawyers talk about welfare, it goes beyond the remuneration they earn, which has also been pointed out by many speakers. Now, one of the things we've come to find out while we're doing our survey, we did a survey and got responses from about 500 young lawyers from across the country. Definitely, it's a representative list, but it shows the majority of what the experience is like across the country. And we found out that many young lawyers work with senior lawyers or work in establishments, some of them not law firms, where certain things are not necessarily in place, but they get compensated for it by some other things. So in some instances, the monthly remuneration is not particularly very high, but there are other opportunities. There are short training opportunities. They get some benefits like the conference fees are paid for. They get the stamp and seal paid for, access to resources, library, access to some other benefits like health insurance and pensions, which also helps them to feel like they are not losing out a whole lot. But that is not exactly the case in some other instances. So the desire for us as young lawyers would then be how to achieve an equitable spread of some of these benefits. So we're, for instance, concerned that about 81.4% of those who responded said that they were earning about less than 50,000 naira a year. And many of them, for instance, had even gone beyond the cadre of 1 to 7, and they still found themselves earning less than 100,000 naira. At the same time, a very large percentage of people said that that was about 79%. Said there was no provision for health insurance, pension plan, or leave allowance in their offices. And that also was very concerning. And these are the kind of issues that we felt we need to start to pay attention to as an institution, as an organization. So we felt that we should probably make some recommendations and suggestions to those that matter. And we put some of those suggestions into writing and we share them at various fora. And that includes that perhaps it would be possible, though that thought has been challenged before, that it would be possible for the MBA at the national level to make a recommendation. If it cannot be enforced as a law, but a recommendation will go a long way to employers that based on certain parameters, this would be a fair wage to pay a young lawyer. This would be a minimum standard to have in terms of benefits. For instance, payment or non-payment of or refusing to, omitting to contribute to the pension fund is an infraction against the law. And we believe that the MBA, both at national level and at the branches, can make very strong statements about this. We also believe that the MBA branches who definitely would understand what the economic realities are within the subnational jurisdictions where they operate, can also make recommendations that are in tandem with those realities. And definitely, we also think that certain privileges that exist within the legal profession can become tied to an assessment of how senior lawyers, employers of labor treat or make available benefits to young lawyers. So definitely, for instance, the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee may add to the yardstick used in assessing applicants for the title of senior advocate, things like access to library for access to library resources has already been assessed, but other things like the type of trainings and conferences that the young lawyers attend, the kind of remuneration paid, the structure put in place for those young lawyers to become more equipped in terms of capacity building, that could be assessed. Recommendations made by the MBA to certain committees, or recommendations made by different institutes as to who benefits from certain initiatives we also think that some of these issues can be taken into consideration when making those recommendations. In addition to all of these, we think it will be very crucial for everyone, whether they operate law firms or the general secretaries in companies, or they play some other role in a government ministry as directors, that they pay particular attention to capacity building for young lawyers under their supervision. That has been our focus at the Young Lawyers Forum for this year, for this tenure. And one of the ways we've been doing that is to try and bring senior lawyers to talk to young lawyers at different fora, through webinars and some other platforms that we've put together. And we appreciate that more senior lawyers support initiatives as this. And when we call upon senior lawyers, that we get the kind of support that we need. And by and by, young lawyers definitely value privilege. Young lawyers value mentorship. Some may argue that young lawyers of these days are always in a hurry. They want to set out on their own before they've acquired the necessary skills. That may not necessarily be true. That may not necessarily be true. From the interactions we've had, we have seen that many young lawyers, at least 60% of those who responded, are willing to wait out for 3 years to learn under a senior or in a firm or in an institution, provided that other certain things are guaranteed, which includes access to training, support for court appearances, decent transportation facilities, and access to good office arrangement. So really, for us as young lawyers, we recognize the importance of privilege, we recognize the importance of mentorship, and we only just believe that the necessary support that we require should be made available to the extent that that support can be made available to help ameliorate the conditions that are associated with that training period. We of course understand that we have to learn before we earn, and that there's always some forbearance that comes with that stage. Nonetheless, there are economic realities that face us, that confound us in the immediate, and to the extent possible that those economic realities can be ameliorated, it will be necessary for senior lawyers, principals, and everyone who has the opportunity to put in place policies to get better results to help us continue to do that. So thank you very much, Saz, for this opportunity to shape into the conversation. And thank you for the interest you've shown in this topic. And thank you for your commitment to a better profession, because really, just as many notable people have said, if you do not invest in the future, if you do not invest in the young people, there is only so much that you can get in terms of sustaining the profession in the future. So we thank the organizers of today, and as the Honorable Minister mentioned earlier, we're all part of the organizers. But thank you for those who have led the initiative for putting together this session, and thank you to everyone who has contributed.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Tobi Shobowale, for your thoughts on this very important topic. In particular, you said that young lawyers are not just seeking after remuneration alone. Young lawyers value mentorship, they value training, they value facilities that are available, opportunities for growth and improvement beyond money. It is just that the economic realities must also be addressed along the line. And he made an important point that even though we cannot enforce a uniform global minimum wage. The fact that there's a recommendation from the NBA will go a long way to inspire some senior lawyers into compliance, even voluntarily. So that will at least be a guide, even if it's not being enforced. And you mentioned the issue of pension fund, which is very important. I like the way you ended it, that young lawyers are aware that they have to learn in order to earn. And that's very important. We thank you so very much, Mr. Adebowale, for those illuminating contributions. We thank all those who have waited. We're going to go into the question and answer session very soon. But before that, I'd just like to yield the floor to the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, Mr. Ayola Rewaju, to make very brief remarks because of our time. Thank you, sir. Mr. Larewaju, sir. Can you unmute yourself, sir? You are still muted, Mr. Larewaju. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Learned Sikh, Mr. Moderator, and the Learned Sikh in the house, Mr. Tayo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and my colleagues. This is by way of information, really, because I see that there are so many questions that have been coming, some directly at some of the panelists. Mr. Oyedepo has some questions to answer there. So this is going to be brief. As part of our 35th anniversary celebration, we did offer for those who registered, you will have seen it there, that the first 500 people to register for today's webinar will have a free monthly, 1 month free subscription to the online. I want to emphasize that, yes, we have the records here. You can count on our credibility and the credibility of the office here. After the webinar, we'll get in touch. We have your details, the email addresses that you have used to register, and we are going to give you the subscription. Secondly, the papers presented today, whether those that were put on slide and the others that were not put there, we have all of them with us, and we are going to upload them into the Nigerian Law Publications website after the webinar, maybe from next week. So if you go to nigerianlawpublications.com, you are going to have access not only to the papers delivered today. We had a seminar sometime in July about technology and the law. They are also there. Thirdly, Mr. Tayo Oyedepo SAN suggested that we do a communique following today's presentation. And from the perspectives of the panelists today, I think we have a rich content within which to make a communique. And we are going to do that. We'll do that and send it to the NBA and to other necessary organs. Somebody asked whether we are going to, the mobile app for the NWL online is can be auto updated. Well, I don't know what you mean by auto updated, but what it means is that online every week as your subscription subsists, as the print edition comes out every Monday, we upload it there, if that is what you meant. Then Mr. Keyamo, Honorable Minister and Learned Sikh, he suggested that the NBA provide buildings to serve as offices for young lawyers and to put a library there for their use and so on and so forth. From our own end, I mean from Nigerian Law Publications and Nigerian Weekly Law Report, I just want to state that if that is done and we see that such facilities are well maintained, we will be able to assist by equipping such libraries with publications of Nigerian law publications, not only limited to Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. We have the Digest of Supreme Court of Nigeria, we have the Constitutional Law Reports, and all the other publications, more than 30 publications. We always use that as our own support. What I meant by if such is well maintained and credible is that I remember when the Nigerian Weekly Law Report first started in the early years, not too long ago, we used to give complimentary copies to all the university libraries. We used to give complimentary copies to all the High Court libraries in Nigeria, as well as complimentary copies to the Court of Appeal Library and the Supreme Court Library, apart from personal complementary copies to all the judges of the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. But later we discovered that most of the libraries of the High Court were not maintained. Most of those complementary copies found their ways into the pockets, into the private libraries of the people that were manning them. And then we had to stop. The same with the universities. You go to some universities now, they don't have any library, talk less of a law library. So most of those complementary copies, they were not properly utilized. But if there is, the suggestion is taken that either the MBA provides a building for young lawyers and they have a well-equipped library, I can assure you the Nigerian law publication is ready to assist in equipping such libraries. I think Mr. Oyetibo also made the point. And then Mr. Lateef Akongbe, the chairman, MBA Lagos, well, maybe he was trying to chip in on how do we define young lawyers? Because we mentioned that young lawyers, from our own collaboration with the Young Lawyers Forum, we limited it to between the ages of 1 to 7 years at the bar. And he was saying that maybe there are some lawyers that are even more than 7 years at the bar who will still want to be classified as young lawyers. I think we are going to leave that to the Young Lawyers Forum. They know their members, and I think they are in a position to know those who are more in need.
Okay.
And then the moderator himself, Mr. Adegboru SAN, you spoke about, you suggested training, online training for purpose of, you know, the use of our online NWLR, the fee. Well, we are ready to do that, and we continue to do that from time to time without the fee. But more importantly, if you go to the site, and I'm talking to most of the people that use it now, we have an auto actually that is on the site of the Nigerian law publications that will take somebody through how to use the online. Maybe what we are going to hide, we may hide the video guide as well, so as to help the users. So thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yolanrewaju, the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. We need to hasten so that we can conclude this on time. It's been a very wonderful session. But in addition to what Mr. Yolanrewaju has said about the need for us to have a communique based on the suggestion of the Honorable Minister of State, apart from updating it on the website of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, I will suggest that in one of the bumper editions of the Weekly Law Report for the legacy of Chief Gani Fawemi, today's webinar should be summarized in about 2 or 3 pages, and it will be clear in terms of the communique and the suggestion, so that it will become a legacy for the weekly, because this has been a very wonderful session so far. Now we'll go to the questions very quickly. Many of them have been answered already. I'll just direct some of those that are yet to be answered to some of our panelists. For my Lord, the Honorable Justice Oyewole, there is a question about how to bring the bench up to date in terms of technology, because there is a complaint in one of the chats that some judges loathe the idea of online reporting, and they still insist on hard copies. So he was asking how the judiciary can assist in this regard. For the learned, my learned brother, Mr. Tayo Yetibo, there is a question that what should be the duration of pupillage? What should be the duration of pupillage? Somebody said in this chat that now that you said that the decree has been abolished, what other options are available for helping young lawyers to grow in terms of pupillage? So that is for Mr. Tayo Yetibo. For Mr. Kehinde Oluwole, there is a question about the cost of subscription, which I see has been answered in the chat. Mr. Olanrewaju has answered the question as to mobile app. I think the last question for Mr. Kehinde Oluwole is there an auto update? There's a question whether there's an auto update for the online version of the law reports. For Mr. Festus Keyamo, SAN, Honorable Minister of State, there's a question which I'd like you to answer. A young lawyer is asking whether mentorship is synonymous with pupillage, whether mentorship is synonymous with pupillage. And finally, Mr. Ayonlarewaju, there is a question asking whether the email addresses of these panelists and speakers can be made available. Thank you so very much. So I'll start with my Lord, the Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole, Justice of the Court of Appeal, Enugu Division, to take the question on how to bring judges up to date in respect of the challenges of online research and usage. Thank you, my Lord.
Mr. Moderator, Lanesik, I have an information for you about Justice Oyewole. He called me off the forum about 5 minutes ago. He said that he thought that the webinar was going to finish around 2:30. So he slated a meeting for 3 o'clock. Actually, he's in Abuja now, and he has to proceed to the venue of the meeting. So he said I should express it. So
okay.
The question is still there. He will answer it and we'll find a way to get the answer.
Okay, sir.
Can go ahead with the.
Okay, sir. Thank you so very much. That takes me to my learned brother, Mr. Tayo Oyetibo. There is a question on the issue of duration of tutelage. And then that since the decree has been abolished, what other options are available for encouraging pupillage in order not to lower the standard of the profession? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I said earlier, under the old decree, what was required was 5 years. But as I said, it kept out so many lawyers who could not be absorbed into pupillage, and they were not able to set up their practice. For me, I would recommend a period of about 3 years, and I'll tell you why. The first year of practice, when you leave the law school, you are just trying to know the law. You are trying to find your feet. It is not everyone that can start writing Supreme Court briefs from their first year. One must accept that. So first year, you try to find your feet. Second year, you should be able to start settling certain processes, pleadings, try your hands on appellate briefs. And by the third year, if you work in a busy firm for 3 years, you should be able to settle the Supreme Court briefs by then. And once you are able to do all of those things, I mean, you can say, yes, you can stand as a lawyer. So for me, I would recommend 3 years.
Thank you so very much, sir. For any wonderful, good law firm, 3 years should be sufficient, according to Mr. Tayo SAN. Thank you. Now I go to my learned brother, Silk, the Honorable Minister of State for Employment and Labor and Productivity, Mr. Festus Keyamo, SAN. The question is whether mentorship is synonymous with pupillage. Is Mr. Festus Keyamo, SAN, still with us? If he's not, maybe I would humbly beg Mr. Tayo Oyetibo, now that he still has the floor, to take the question. Whether mentorship is synonymous with pupillage, sir?
It is not the same thing. Mentorship and pupillage, certainly not the same thing. You can still have mentorship even after pupillage. Pupillage is a compulsory period where you try to learn the ropes. You learn under a senior colleague who can guide you. Mentorship may not even be in the same office. You could have a mentor outside the firm where you practice. So they are quite different. For pupillage, what you are doing when you are under pupillage is to try and understudy someone. You are attached to somebody in the office. He guides you. For example, I tell you, for so many years, I don't write briefs alone. I don't, as a matter of policy, there has to be at least 2 junior counsel with me to prepare a brief. I don't write briefs alone. And the strategy is that when you see how it is done, you are able to do it. But mentorship is a bit different. A lawyer does not have to work in your chambers for you to be his mentor or for him to be your mentee. There could be a distance between the mentor and the mentee. But for pupillage, you must work together. It has to be within the same firm. So I think that should be recognized. It's not the same thing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right.
Thank you. Mentorship and pupillage may not exactly be the same thing. That then takes me to Mr. Kende Oluwole. Questions concerning the usage of the online law report. And somebody is asking the cost of subscription, even though that has been answered in the chat. Maybe not everybody has the opportunity to go through the chat. If you can help us take that. Then also whether the online version is capable of auto updates. Thank you, Mr. Kende Oluwole.
Thank you, Mr. Adeburu, as a moderator. Yes, upon subscription to the NWL online, you get the weekly update throughout the validity of the subscription. So if you subscribe for 1 year, every week from today, you subscribe today until 26th November 2021, all the weekly subscription, all the weekly updates from next week Monday, you have access to them. From part 1 until today, and the weekly updates until the subscription will expire. So you don't need to subscribe to purchase the weekly update to add to the subscription you made today. If I'm understood.
Yes.
Then the subscription rates for one week is 1,000, for a month 3,000, a quarter 9,000, 6 months 17,000, and 1 year 30,000. Like I said, from time to time we have promo, and also you have other plans, group plans that could bring down the per unit or per head subscription rates.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
There's a question in the chat room whether the NWLR can be copied online. Mr. Oluwole made that point and demonstrated that you don't need any labor in that. You can copy it directly from the online version and use it for your briefs and your legal research. Thank you so very much, Mr. Oluwole. We're gradually trying to get to the end of this. It's been a wonderful day. We've had very distinguished personalities who have made presentations, and we thank you for your patience. I can see all our panelists here. I will now call on the Managing Director of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, or Nigerian Law Publications, rather, Mr. Mojid Ajao, to give us closing remarks and vote of thanks as we try to bring this webinar to a close. Mr. Mojid Ajao, I yield the microphone to you to please give us a closing remark. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebulu Adegburua, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Kindly permit me to rely on all existing protocols. I wish to thank on behalf of Nigerian Law Publications Limited, publishers of Nigerian Weekly Law Report, my Lord, Honorable Justice Joseph Ojewole, for his Lordship's patience, resources and energy, and his intellectual contributions to this discourse. My Lord accepted our invitation without hesitation, despite the short notice. We cannot thank my Lord enough. I also want to express our deep appreciation to Mr. Festus Keyamo, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Employment and a Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Tayo Yetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for accepting our invitation and for displaying their great wealth of experience in doing justice to this team. We thank you very much. We also thank my brother, Mr. Ebulu Adegburua, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. When I called him, on the phone, he accepted without even checking his diary, whether it would be convenient to him or not. And he has brilliantly moderated this event. I thank you. I want to express our gratitude to Dr. Hawa Shekarau, the MBA chairman, Abuja branch, Mr. Latif Yemi Akangbe, the chairman, Lagos MBA branch, Mr. Samson Audu, chairman, MBA Kaduna branch, and the least but not the last, Mr. Toby Adebowale, chairman, Young Lawyers Forum, for honoring our invitation and also their brilliant exposition of the team. They have really shown that they are grassroots people are very close to the young lawyers. They understand their challenges, and they have shown that in their various presentations. Thank you very much. I also like to convey our profound gratitude to distinguished ladies and gentlemen and other attendees for giving us their time to join this webinar. And I am very sure that we have all benefited from all the presentations. My appreciation also goes to Mr. Ayo Larewaju, Deputy Editor-in-Chief, the editor, Kehinde Oluwole, our directors, and other staff for their contributions to the success of this webinar. We thank you all. Having said that, the team, which is for the benefit of the young lawyers, the challenges of the welfare, the company, in pursuit of its avowed policy of democratization of knowledge and practice of law, decided to reduce the annual subscription to the online weekly law reports from 30,000 to 10,000 naira. That's about 70% reduction for the benefit of the young lawyers. According to the MBA classification, there are those who are from 1 to 7 years at the bar. And I want Mr. Toby Adebowale to take notice of this and circulate this vital information to all the young lawyers in Nigeria, whether they are this webinar or not. This package, which commences immediately, will be left open to 31st December of this year. Once a young lawyer subscribes, he will have access to more than 35 years Supreme Court decisions till date and selected decisions of the Court of Appeal, including the updates. We are very sure that this will go a long way in alleviating the challenges they are having as regards acquisition of tools of the profession, which are law reports and statutes and other things. As I've said, the package will commence today, but in order to make sure that it goes to the young lawyers, we request the young lawyers to download their call to bar certificate when they're subscribed to the company, so that the company will be in a position to ascertain that they're actually within that range. So please, Mr. Toby should also take note of this vital information. Also for other attendees, the first 500 attendees, that is those who register and participate, will also be given 1 month free access to Nigerian Weekly Law Reports online. When you also have that, you also have access to more than 35 years of decision of the Supreme Court, and also the updates on the registration of 1 month. These are our humble contributions into uplifting the standard of practice of the young lawyers, and the company has been doing it, as has been said by the Deputy Editor-in-Chief, and the company will continue to do this in following the footsteps of our founder, Chief Ganifa Emi of blessed memory. We thank you all, and we also wish other participants who are outside the destination journey mercies to their final destinations. We also pray that the Almighty Lord will continue to protect us, our businesses, our country, and the world at large from the COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating effects on humanity and businesses. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Mojida Jao, the Managing Director of Nigerian Law Publications. Please, let me suggest that this wonderful incentive you're giving to young lawyers probably may be extended to law students and law teachers if they have their ID cards uploaded, because I am aware that law students use a lot of your online publications. So if it's possible to consider that. In line with what we have decided at this webinar today, I would suggest that the technical team should put together the communique and share it with the Deputy Editor-in-Chief and the editor, and thereafter share with the speakers, so that we can all edit it and look at it, and before we go to the final version, which will go into the online and also the hard copy. Well, at this note, without further ado, I'd like to ask that we bring this webinar to a close. It's been a wonderful event, and thank for all your patience. We look forward to a more robust engagement from the stable of Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Shekara.
Dr. Shekara.
You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Dr. Shekara, special
you are back in
greetings.
the office now.
I didn't know you are 92 set.
Oh, yeah.
Those who went
then Samson, how do
to court today should give us part of the brief.
Samson, are you still there?
I think the moderator is talking to you.
Hello, I'm with you.
You are on the road.
Samson, the great Josite.
Thank you, Josite.
Then Shekara, our call name is 22. Cannot eat what you like.
Olukayinde. I'm watching you from Lagos direct.